All right, everybody. Welcome to the Five Reasons Sports Live draft show. Round one is tonight, and we're going to be seeing, just along with everybody else, no tip picking or any pick tipping, tip picking. No pick.
We're off to a
tipping.
good start.
It's a tongue twister. But anyway, you won't have to worry about us doing things ahead of time. I've got ESPN up on my screen, and everybody else is watching on their respective televisions as well. I'm sure we will manage to keep the reactions. If anybody's ahead of us, we'll keep it level until everybody else gets there. So I have right here, right below me, I have Ethan Skolnick, the head of the Five Reasons Sports Network. I have Chris Early, otherwise known as Duke, diagonal to my right, and right to my actual right is Eric Smith, a newcomer to the Five Reasons Sports Network, now featured heavily on the Scouting Combine with Hussam Patel. Gentlemen, how are we doing tonight?
It'll be a long night, huh? What time, Lewis, we think they're picking? What are we projecting here?
Oh God, probably not until like 10-15 at the very earliest. Especially if they don't trade down, which again, even though on the one hand, from a fan's perspective, I'm hopeful that they do. From a person who has to go to work in the morning's perspective, I wish they were picking earlier, but that's a different discussion.
Right. Well, someday they're going to have basically 7 rounds, one for each day. I feel like that's where we're headed. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and just drag it out. I can tell you and I'm not at the facility today, but I can tell you from many years covering this draft from Davey, the worst thing ever is when you're sitting there all night and then they trade out. I just remember so many times it's like, and then you're working for a newspaper and you need a story. It's like, okay, I need a story. All they did was trade out. That's all they did. But at least for the Dolphins used to continually bring out cookies, which was good, and other food for us to eat to just shut us up basically. And then of course you would wait for them to come in. I think the last one I covered in Davey was where Chris Greer was explaining the reasoning for trading for Josh Rosen. So whatever it is, it can't go worse than that. So especially because a lot of us were defending it that night. So I hope for you guys' sake that that's not the case tonight. They don't trade out; they actually make a pick.
Well, I hope they don't. I hope they don't trade out completely out of the first round. It's just, but if they're gonna get some more picks in the mid rounds, that'll give us more to do tomorrow. Because right now, as it is, they're gonna be like rounds 2 and 3 only for tomorrow. Yeah, Miami has 1 pick, and that would be a very boring stream if they don't manage to get at least a third rounder out of it somewhere. So we will see what Chris Greer has up his sleeve. If there's one thing that he is very gung-ho about, it's making trades. We've got plenty of stuff where we're going to talk about before the draft starts up in about 10 minutes. But before that, really quick, just want to go ahead and mention, as always, this show is brought to you by our good friends over at PrizePicks.com. PrizePicks.com is a revolutionary fantasy platform where you can pick up to 6 different players across professional sports leagues, NFL, NBA, MLB, whatever you want to do, or you can pick one of each. It's up to you to decide. All you have to do is just choose whether the players are going to get more or less on their projected stats. They give you free squares over there, special Taco Tuesday promos, Flex Friday specials where you can get your money back if you lose or multiply the amount of money you can normally win. If you are a fantasy sports fan, there's really no excuse not to sign up at this point. So use that promo code 5, that's FIVE, and they will match up to $100 on your deposit when you sign up. And for those of you who are in South Florida, they now have a brand new arena mode that you can sign up for. So make sure you go to PrizePicks and check out more about that. You can once again use the promo code 5 to start up, and they will match up to $100 on your deposit. And we also have a brand new sponsor, and I'm going to go ahead and play the video in just a moment, Jerseys 305. So go ahead and we're going to play that, and you can check it out for yourself.
Hey, it's Ethan Skolnick for the Five Reasons Sports Network. We've got a great new sponsor that fits with us perfectly. It's called Jerseys305.com. That's Jerseys305.com. This is your home for dead stock and vintage jerseys from the Heat, Panthers, Dolphins, Marlins, and the other local teams. Their mission was born from a passion for wearing jerseys of the old styles and the past players. Jerseys 305 aims to make every fan stand out from the crowd with unique pieces that you don't commonly see anymore. Maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago, but not today. And Jerseys 305 was created by the fans, for the fans. They're diehards just like you. In fact, they're probably listening to this episode right now. So check them out, Jerseys 305, their partnership with Five Reasons Sports, celebrating with a 10% discount on the next purchase using the code 5 at checkout. Unlock your exclusive savings on the entire vintage collection.
And so there you have it. Again, Jerseys 305. Use that promo code 5, and you will get 10% off your next purchase. So there's I'm sure that they're probably going to have to hurry up and get whoever the first round picks jersey, get that ready for sale.
Well, this is vintage. They got to get the Ted Ginn out there, and
Yeah.
and all of theirs. Teal Green, get that. Well, what was he? 87, right? He actually blew out his ACL right in front of me, literally right in front of me. That such high hopes for him at that point. John Avery pulled that one out too. That was a Jimmy Johnson special. Hey, Eric, while I'm here, because I'm going to be in and out tonight, I want to throw this at you because there was a poll I put out earlier today, and it's gathered some steam here on the votes. What should the Dolphins take tonight? I hate to be so impersonal, but it was talking more about positions. So I put up offensive line, pass rusher, offensive playmaker, or trade out. And since your Twitter handle is OL Coach Smith 63, I figured you would be happy to know that 54% offensive line, 54% offensive line, 22% pass rusher, 18% trade out, and 6% offensive playmaker, which is actually what Lewis put in the story earlier today that he thinks they're going to actually do with Worthy. So Eric, I'll go to you on this. Like, I whenever there's a drafting of an offensive lineman in the first round, fans like, but it is kind of what they need, right?
Yeah, definitely can, use guys that can play now, and, Armstead doesn't have much left. So, you can definitely find somebody to go there. And even though it's not a sexy pick, draft an offensive line is usually a pretty good idea because, they can move to different positions. If you draft a quarterback in the first round, they can only play quarterback. If you draft a tackle in the first round, you've got a few different options there, playing on either side of the line, playing inside, playing outside. So you can usually do pretty well, adding to your offensive line and, getting stronger in the trenches.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like, again, the Armstead thing, like they can't be counting on him, Duke, to play more than 12 games, right? Like I know they brought Kendall Lamb back, but Armstead's a part-time player at this stage, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think they reworked his deal to get out of it next year. So if you can get a guy that can play guard this year and then move to tackle next year, kind of the way Larry Matunzel did, that's what you're looking for. The guy that I'm a big fan of that I hope is there is Troy Fatanu. He would be an absolute beast. He would start at left guard. Now you can move him to left tackle next year. I watched a little bit of him at the combine. The dude he moves with a mission. So he'd be a real good fit. I like him. I don't know that he'll be there. So if he's not there, I think they'll go with a defensive end or an edge rusher. I think that's a need, at least until we know the two starters are back healthy. So I think that's what will be there. I think that'll be the best talent available. But I'm really hoping they can get one of those big guys on the offensive line there.
Lewis, you had Worthy as their pick. Do you see? I kind of feel like that's a smokescreen. I don't know. It feels like it's too obvious. Like to have McDaniel out there, and I mean they've been lusting over him publicly. Do you think there's any chance that they think somebody below them wants him badly? Because that's kind of how it feels to me.
I mean, there's always the possibility that the Buffalo Bills will take a look at the Tyreek Hill effect that he's had for Miami, and they'll say, hey, we want our Tyreek Hill of our own, and maybe they'll try to jump up ahead of us. There's always that distinct possibility. If they do that, then that means that somebody else is going to fall to Miami. If they take either wide receiver or offensive line, I won't be upset, but in some order or fashion, in my opinion, Greer has to go wide receiver and offensive line. I don't care if it's first round, second round for OL wide receiver, if you want to flip it, vice versa. I went with Xavier Worthy in my prediction simply because I feel like if at some point you have to say, well, where there's smoke, there's fire. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's always going to be a smoke screen. They have obviously made it a point to say they like Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy would fit the mold for that third wide receiver spot. There are a lot of people, like you said, they talk about that it's a smoke screen. That's not really what they're looking for. What I would tell you, what I don't want, I mean, I can tell you right now what I don't want. I don't want a defensive tackle. Miami already has a logjam there with all the Jags. You could argue they're Jags, but either way, it's still, there's 7 guys right now all competing for spots. You have Tier Tart, you have Benito Jones, you have obviously Zach Sealer is going to be the main starter, but there's so many guys there right now that they've signed throughout the free agency period that at what point do you be like, okay, well, we obviously don't need that many guys to rotate in out. And if Zach Sealer is going to be the primary star on that rotation, why are you going to waste? I wouldn't call it waste, but why are you going to spend a first round draft pick on a guy that's going to take up, at least I would hope, more than 50% of the snaps on the defensive line? At that point, why did you sign 6 other defensive tackles? Like, what's the point there? Just to round out.
Well, more so as placeholders then, right? But I mean, do you think that, Eric, do you think that the old Jimmy Johnson thing was there are 4 premium positions, right? It's quarterback, it's left tackle, it's edge rusher. At that stage, they didn't call it edge rusher, but basically defensive line, defensive line linebacker, your Derek Thomas, Lawrence Taylor type, and then and corner. That those and that his philosophy was you really don't take players outside that bracket too early. And that was at a time before running backs were seriously devalued, etc. Do you think that's changed at all? Like, do you think the idea of getting a number 1 receiver playmaker is in that mix now, or is it still those 4 positions? Obviously, and one of which the Dolphins are not drafting, which is quarterback, and probably not drafting a corner high either. They just did that last year. So I guess there are 2 options for them in the premium positions, which would be offensive tackle or edge rusher. But do you think it's the same 4 it's always been?
No, I don't. I think that wide receiver has definitely closed the gap there. I mean, even when you look at a few years ago with the Dolphins, drafting Jalen Waddle with the 6th overall pick, and look at the other guys that went high in that draft. You had Jamar Chase, you had Devontae Smith. Looking at this year, you're going to have 3 receivers. I would say probably going in the top 10, and teams aren't going to do that unless they feel like those are premium positions. So I think that teams do still value those premium positions, especially in the first round. Getting that 5th round option is more valuable for a premium position like a corner, an edge rusher, those type of things, versus a center, guard, even a defensive tackle in most cases. You're better off using those first round picks, getting that 5th round option on those premium positions that are going to cost more when that second contract comes up.
Speaking of wide receivers and second contracts, or rather, I should say third contracts at this point. I don't know what his situation is. A.J. Brown has just signed a 3-year, $96 million contract extension. So he's going to be there and through 2029. That's big time cash for a wide receiver. That's $32 million annually. So
this is a good topic here, because I know you've had this thing, Duke. Has Greer waited too long to pay Waddle? We're seeing offensive line market now.
Maybe not. I think if you I think if you look at him as wide receiver 1 moving forward, then he's going to get appropriate market value. If you look at him, if you're planning to say extend Tyreek Hill or keep him for a few more years, then he's probably going to be overpriced for a wide receiver too. That said, I think it's worth it because he's absolutely crucial to the offense. He's a very good player. But yeah, I mean, you really want to get him done before Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, because those guys are going to light up the market more so than what the Eagles guys did. So you'd like to get him in before that. Otherwise, you may be looking at $30+ million for him. But that's where I would try to get it done sooner rather than later.
Can you justify paying him that? Well, again, Tyreek plays into this, but can you justify paying him that kind of money when he? Are you trusting Jalen Waddle to stay relatively healthy? I guess that would be the question. Like, I just wonder about his frame. It seems like there's always 2 series a game that he's on the sideline. He hasn't had like the serious injury at this stage. But would you be concerned about giving him a ton of guaranteed money?
No, I mean, I think you can. He still produces, even though he does get hurt a little bit. And I mean, generally, I mean, you look at Jamar Chase; has missed time in a couple of seasons.
True.
A lot of these guys will miss time. It's just the nature of the position. I mean, you're open, you're exposed, you're getting hit. But I mean, unless he does what Christian Wilkins did and just prices himself completely out of what Miami's comfortable paying, I would be fine doing it. Because again, you're going to move him to wide receiver one. He doesn't get the targets as much now, but that's going to change in a couple of years, and he's going to be 150, 160, 170 a year target guy, and that'll justify the contract. So, and you never know. He may end up being an injury concern more so than he is now, and he may not be. So it's the NFL. You don't and I don't think that they're necessarily scared of that. I mean, they knew Teron Armstead coming in wasn't going to be a 17 game a year guy, and they paid him $75 million. So,
well, they're not scared of guys getting hurt. They had their whole roster hurt the last 4 weeks of the season on defense.
Yeah, so.
It does seem like Greer doesn't always take that into account. I'm gonna get out of here in a second. I'm gonna come back, but we got Manny here, so it seems like the appropriate place to jump in on this. Would you pay, since you're an Eagles fan? I mean, Brown's a different beast here. Would you pay Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith money? I guess.
Yes, because he is a focal point in your offense. I mean, losing Waddle. I mean, I'm not saying that Tyreek Hill cannot get the same amount of space and the same amount of plays that he's done already, but Jalen Waddle creates those one-on-ones, those deep threats, right? So you don't pay Waddle. I mean, you're basically going to have to find another guy. And I think what Howie Roseman has not only sent a message to the team, but he has sent a message to the whole league. We're going to go all in with Devontae, AJ, and Jalen. And obviously with him, giving the money that he gave to a running back, which he's never done in his life. Like, we haven't had a running back this higher payroll since LaShawn McCoy. I mean, that's basically saying we're going to win with these guys. These guys are our core. All right. And this is the focal point of Kellen Moore's offense going forward and what Coach Nick Sirianni wants to establish. You don't pay Jalen Waddle. You really want to go out there, go in the draft, or try to pay for somebody else that comes out of free agency and where you don't really have time as a rookie contract, right? I'm sure you want to improve the defense. I'm sure you want to improve that offensive line that has to keep the quarterback standing upright, right? So I would somehow, some way, listen, if Howie Roseman can figure out a way to give a 4-year contract to Landry Dickerson, a big contract to Saquon, a contract to Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown in the same offseason, I mean, come on. There's ways, not to mention, right? You sign Jalen Hurts, and his big money is not for another 2-3 seasons. Right? There's ways to this monstrous thing that I know people hate us for, which is fine. I don't care. I don't like you, and you don't like me, and we move forward. But there's ways to this, right? Chris Greer.
Who let the Eagle fan on the stream there? Sorry about that. That's all right.
Yeah, no, there's ways that you can figure this out. But to me, Jalen Waddle is definitely a focal point of what Tyreek Hill does so well in this offense, right? Because then people say, well, you saw what he did in Kansas City, but let's not forget, yes, it's Patrick Mahomes, but Travis Kelce as well, running down the seams, creating those one-on-ones in the middle. Tyreek Hill does what he does best because he has another vocal point with him, right? I mean, listen, people want to say, well, Michael Irvin did it. Well, he had other guys around him, right? People want to say, well, who else? Well, I mean, I'm here trying to remember now names of top wide receivers. Yes, Justin Jefferson, I mean, he is what he is. Right? I mean, the man can run a post and catch a ball and run for 100 yards. There's not 20,000 Justin Jeffersons. There's not 20,000 Jamar Chases. But again, in this offense, Tyreek does well because of what Waddle does well, and they both complement each other. You can't lose either or. If not, you're going to have to look in. And I'm not saying that Mike McDaniel's offense is not, it's not going to run itself, but you're going to have to figure out other ways. You don't pay Waddle. Do you now turn his offense to a running first offense, the way that Kyle Shanahan has tried to develop a Christian?
We know he's not going to. We know he's not. We know he's not going to do that.
All right, so he's not going to do that. So then, what do? You go to the tight end route, a tight end that can block, that can catch, that can create those one-on-one matchups, and then you draft a guy like Debo who's quick. I mean, it is tough, man. It's tough.
This is my last one, and then I'll get out of here. Let Lewis grab the reins here. This tweet from Adam Beasley, Eric. The Dolphins have drafted one guard in the first round in their 58-year history. Roy Foster, which actually that worked out pretty well in 1982. Will they break with tradition tonight? Is it possible they take a tackle who just plays guard this year? Right? Is that the more likely scenario?
Yeah, that's the path that I see. We had the conversation about, Greer and the premium positions. And I think that, based on the picks that he's made, he values that fifth year option, especially for an offensive lineman. And the fifth year option for an offensive lineman is the same regardless of what position they are. So if you draft a guard when you get to that fifth year, they're looking at, the tackle numbers and the average of those top tackles to set that, the fifth year contract there. So unless it's a absolute stud on the inside like a Quentin Nelson type, I don't think you're really looking at a guard that you want to be using that type of fifth year option on. So in my opinion, unless the board just really falls apart, we trade down and some of the guys go that we were hoping were there, and we're left with a Graham Barton or a JPJ being kind of the last ditch effort in the first round, then I think an offensive lineman in the first round is going to be a tackle that could play guard for now.
Before I go, you got to put this comment on from Aaron Andrews. I don't know why Lewis looks like a modern day Eminem. LOLJK. That's not the comment I was expecting to see. I'm not seeing the resemblance here, but I don't know. Right there, no, definitely not. Anyway, I'll be back. We've got Heat and Panthers stuff tonight. It is busy, so I'll be back prior to the pick. Appreciate you guys holding it down. And again, thanks for supporting our sponsors. And as Lewis mentioned, Prize Picks is back in the state of Florida. Use the code 5 FIVE to get started. All right, I'll be back in about 20. Have a good show, guys.
All right. Thank you very much, Ethan. Much appreciated. All right. So even though we're trying not to, obviously, we're not trying to actually tip anything, but it should be noted that the Chicago Bears are officially on the clock, even though it looks like we're still having a concert on ESPN. So
really?
that
You wouldn't say that.
I'm going to say this. I like those classic Jordans that EM has on.
It's the retro threes, man. It's the white cements. It's the ones that he jumped from the free throw line, I believe, right?
I had a pair of the I think it was I had two pair in my life, the 8s and the 9s, and the 8s is either
Lewis has no idea what we're talking about, by the
way. Which was the one that had the crisscross Velcro?
Oh, I think that's 18.
Okay.
17.
No, this was long ago. This was like in the 90s. But anyway, I had that pair and the one before that, and those were my favorite pair of shoes ever. So,
my God, look at Barry Sanders. I am old.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest. What you guys are talking about? Listen, I was growing up in the 90s. Like when I was in 1993, I was just born. So, and I was never into shoe culture to begin with. So, like you guys, yeah, you're absolutely going way over my head.
I was in high school in 93. So
we'll go into this. Written Thought 14 says, I think we need to build a better team overall. We saw last year there wasn't much behind Hill and Waddle, and this is true. Now, here's the discussion, because there are so many people who are split on this debate. If Miami does go interior offensive line, you have to imagine that at some point in the draft, they're going to look and see getting a wide receiver somewhere. Now, if that is in fact the case, do they go ahead and still continue to try to negotiate with Odell Beckham Jr., which we haven't heard anything about him since his visit with Miami? OBJ would be a good placeholder. He would be the third wide receiver Miami needs. He fits the mold for what the offense is requiring. He moves the chains, and I really to depend on Braxton Berrios a second year in a row. That just doesn't seem like it's a good idea. He's a slot receiver. He's nothing else. You can't use him as anything else. And by pigeonholing him in the slot, if you try to force him to go outside, he's going to be ineffective, which means that you can't move Tyreek and Waddle around where they can be most effective. Like I would much rather have Tyreek in the slot at any given moment than Braxton Berrios, because that's a lot scarier for defenses to have to try to cover. You want Odell Beckham Jr. can absolutely play outside. He can still play outside. He can get separation. He runs his routes well. He can be an outside receiver. He's not going to be the danger he once was, but he can get the job done. And that all opens things up for Tyreek and Waddle. If you try to put Braxton Berrios outside, we've already seen that. It doesn't work. He's not built that way. So Braxton Berrios doesn't accomplish anything for Miami outside of being a slot receiver or a returner. That means Miami needs a wide receiver. Now, if you're going to go and get OBJ, fine. That's fine. I don't mind. I want it at our price, not his price. Okay. So, yeah, I'm just making sure I'm I was looking, it said Bears Panthers trade. I'm like, what? The first thing already on my TV screen, but no,
The,
this is
Listen,
recapping from last year.
I'm just here waiting patiently until the commissioner got booed, and I missed it, man. Damn it! I missed the commissioner getting booed.
The question for the wide receiver position is not having that third and fourth round pick. Can you find a guy, or can you maneuver and feel comfortable with a guy in that range versus having to go in the first round? And the second part of that is, can you beat the run on wide receivers? Can you get ahead of it? Because I think there's going to be a run. There's going to be a run in the first, I think. I think it's going to be ahead of Miami. I think, but I said Tuesday night, I think Buffalo trades up. I think somebody else, I've read all day that there's trades everywhere. People want to move up. I think that you might see a trade up in the first round, a couple of them to get a wide receiver. And then I think it kind of stops for a while. And then kind of from Kansas City at 32 on, there's possibly a run of some guys that can go early. So do you want to get ahead of that? Do you feel like that it's not going to happen? Do you feel like you can get a guy at 55 if you don't get one at 21? And you don't want to reach at 21 either. If that guy's not the best guy on your board, you don't want to, squeeze that in. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, right now, Chicago's on the clock. This is going to be, I think the first couple of picks are going to be fairly boring. We know who they are. 3 is where it really begins. That's going to be a quarterback unless there's a trade. And then after that, it's going to be really crazy. So I'm looking forward to seeing how much movement actually happens tonight. So I've read all day that there's going to be all these teams want to trade up, all these teams want to trade out, blah, blah, blah. We'll see if it actually happens.
I mean, everybody wants to trade out until they can. Everybody wants to trade up until they can't. That's the usual draft MO, right?
Well,
now
I heard CK something. I heard him say something last week that you never have teams that want to trade down. There's teams that want to trade up. So
this is true.
If Miami wants to move down from 21, there has to be a team that wants to move up to 21.
I mean, supposedly the Buccaneers want to move up, which is interesting. And the Bucs have been one of the teams that we've regularly mocked, saying, "Oh, we'll just trade down with the Buccaneers and we'll take pick number 26 instead."
I'm gonna be honest, guys. I am looking forward to which AFC East team goes. Which one pulls the trigger first, Buffalo or Miami? That's what I'm looking forward more to, because we know where the Pats stand, and I think the Jets, they're probably staying pat unless they can get a wide receiver or such. But will the Bills or the Dolphins bite with any of those teams like Tampa that is saying, hey, yeah, you want our pick? We could swap. Maybe there's something there. But to me, it's going to be like, which one is willing to give up something in order to go down and get a much more impactful player, at least for the division going forward. I think that's going to be something to watch.
I think Buffalo is going to be the team. I think with the losses that they have, they feel a little more desperate, being that they feel like they can win it all right now. I know Miami probably thinks that way, but I'm sure that the Bills are probably like, we can win this thing if we have that piece. They seem a little more desperate. They have a little more draft capital to move up far enough to get a guy they want. So, I mean, would I want Miami to move up and get Malik Neighbors? Oh yeah, that'd be great. I don't think they have the resources to do that. Not unless they trade, a good player along with it. So I think Buffalo's going to be the team that moves. They've shown that they will do that too. So they traded up last year. They traded up in 2018. So that's my answer to that.
I will.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say that, I think everybody agrees on who the top 3 receivers are in the draft. But then after that, it all gets kind of jumbled as to who is what, 4 through 7, 4 through 8. Teams are going to think differently. And like Chris was saying, I think there's going to be a second run on receivers. And you could see a team trying to trade up to get at the top of that run, because I don't think that, the individual teams know what order that second tier of receivers in. So I could see a Buffalo, with the loss of Diggs, wanting to get back up there and be at the top of that run instead of getting the third or fourth second tier receiver, on the board.
I just wish they wouldn't make such a spectacle about all this. Like, they're still on the clock. They're gonna let this thing tick all the way down to 0. Everybody knows who they're picking. Everybody knows who they're picking. It's just why are you
Come on,
making us
Lewis, you gotta
drag
let
it
the
out?
ratings build, man.
What ratings? They know what they're doing.
You know why they do that, don't you?
No, getting more commercials
they-
in. I don't know.
Yeah, they were told. I remember this was the 2021 draft. Everyone knew that Trevor Lawrence was the number 1 overall pick, and they went on the clock. Well, he was on his phone, ready to take the call, and they were like, "No, you have to wait." And so when they did call, he didn't answer the phone because he'd set his phone down to like go to the bathroom or something. So they purposely do that. I don't think it's for the jersey. I don't think it's for anything else. I think it's just like they are told you need to drag this out for. And
Okay,
I
wait,
don't
Bears
remember,
pick is in finally. Okay.
I don't remember the reason for it, but there was a reason why they were told by
AJ
the NFL.
McCarthy.
You know, like we knew Jake Long was the pick in 2008, like the day or two before it actually happened. They do not allow that anymore. So while everyone knows it's Caleb Williams, they don't allow teams to announce this. They don't
Well, the
allow
pick is
teams
in
to-
finally now, so they
Hold on,
didn't let
Duke.
it click
Duke,
all
hold
the
on,
way down to 0.
Duke, so you mean to tell me that the Chargers knew if they picked Eli Manning, he wasn't going to be like with them? Like, come on.
Yeah, so
Oh, that's crazy.
So they told. I remember that one as well. Eli Manning told them, if you pick me, I'm not going to play there, and they picked him anyway. And then they facilitated the trade with the Giants. So that was the that was how that went down. But yeah, he told him, he said, if you pick me, I'm not playing for you. And they picked him anyway, and then they were able to make the trade. But yeah, so before, I mean, everybody knew who was going to be the first pick, and that stuff usually got announced.
All right. So
Is it like coincidence that Caleb Williams is wearing Navy? Hey, I'm just asking. I mean, you know.
Here we go. Let's get it over with. Come
Oh,
on.
like Bears fans are happy
Caleb
about
Williams. There
today,
you go.
but they're not happy about today.
I was doing that for shock value.
All right. So for anybody who's watching, I've gone ahead and I have made it so that I have a mock draft up, so that way we'll be, not for the sake of mocking, but for the fact that we'll actually be able to track the picks as they come in. So the number 1 overall pick has been made, to the surprise of no one. Caleb Williams, the quarterback, goes to Chicago, and we'll see if the Bears are suddenly a playoff contender with this guy. So let's be real about something here. Like, I'll ask the question, does Caleb Williams turn the Bears from a bottom feeder into a playoff caliber team? Just straight up.
Well, they built their team to be fairly good before they got their quarterback. They kind of did this reverse. You know, a lot of teams get the quarterback and then build around him. They've got some pieces. I don't know that they've got enough to overcome Detroit and Green Bay at this point, but they're going to be in the mix. If he's who he's expected to be, then yeah, they could make a push to the playoffs.
Well, that's just what it is, isn't it? Like, we're assuming that this kid is going to be some superstar immediate right off the bat. CJ Stroud, I'll give him this. He came on in Houston, and suddenly the Texans are considered one of the top teams in their division. So
but their division wasn't that great to begin with. Jacksonville underperformed. Indianapolis was okay, and Tennessee was awful. So I don't think that the Bears are in a bad division. Now, they've got a couple of good teams to overcome. The NFC North had 2 playoff teams, so we'll see.
All right. So
I think a big part of it is they got to protect them, right? Their offensive line is not that great. You can be the greatest quarterback in the world, but if you don't have time to throw and you don't feel confident in your pocket, then, it's just not going to work out long term in most cases. And, Caleb Williams, he's kind of got a quirky personality. He's not the type of guy that I would expect to be able just to stand there and take a beating and be okay with it, like, some other quarterbacks might be. In this draft, he's clearly the most talented physically. But I think that to say that he's going to lead Chicago to, the playoffs, I think they're going to have to do something in this draft or post-draft to add some more to that offensive line and protect him better than what they have now.
So I have
the
a
Bears
question.
also have the 9th overall pick. So
I was going to ask you, Eric, do you think with that second first rounder they have, that they go offensive line or do they go receiver? Being that they have DJ Moore and Keenan Allen, I've seen a lot of mocks that have them taking like a Dunze or whatever. Do you think that they would move Darnell Wright to right tackle and take somebody like Fashanu, who would be their left tackle?
Didn't they add a left tackle in free agency though?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm not seeing when I have their roster up here, and right now it has Braxton Jones listed as the left and Darnell Wright listed as the right tackle. And I'll be honest, I don't know much about either of them, but a Fashanu or, there's 4 or 5 tackles in this draft that I'm pretty confident would be immediate upgrades over those guys. The flip side of that is that Adunze is a very good receiver from day one. You don't always get that opportunity. They could go with a premium position in a wide receiver here at the 9th overall pick and feel like they can kind of fill in the spots later in the draft. That's kind of a team by team decision as to how you decide to do that, whether you feel like you've got to get the safe pick with somebody like Fashanu and make sure that you've got a starter from day one, or whether you feel good about your development that you can get some day 2 guys that can step in and start right away and be an upgrade on your offensive line.
I will say this: if they take a Dunze and the Jets don't get him, I will be happy with that.
Well, the Jets are trying to get, I think the every single mock I've ever seen has Brock Bowers going to the Jets at this point. So
that's the way that I had seen it for a while there.
That doesn't bode, honestly, I'll say this, it doesn't bode well for Miami if Brock Bowers ends up being the pick for the Jets, because we all know the historic issues that Miami has had defending tight ends. And if Aaron Rodgers is even half the guy that he used to be, then that's going to be a difficult situation for Miami, because you're going to have to hope that this Baltimore Ravens-esque defensive scheme of Anthony Weaver's comes to fruition. And whether that means you have to get an extra safety, stuff like that, we're going to have to figure that out.
Well, if you want to go along those lines, I like the addition of Jordan Brooks to the defense. I think he gives you some speed and some coverage ability, more so than what we saw from Jerome Baker. You also have, we were teased last year that Jalen Ramsey was going to move around a lot. And if Weaver actually does that with Jalen Ramsey, there's your linebacker coverage guy. So I think they can make it work. Will they? That remains to be seen. But I think they've got some pieces. Now, that being said,
pick is in for Commanders. You guys are 1,000% sure it's Jaden Daniels?
Yes.
They all wanted Caleb because of the Washington, I guess, connection with him being there, from there or something. So, but you gotta move on to the next one.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if it's not Jaden Daniels. I think there's a noticeable gap between him and Drake May.
Who's the Washington offensive coordinator? Isn't it isn't it what was his name?
Bieniemy?
Kingsbury, right? Kingsbury.
I don't know. I know Bieniemy was there last year. I don't know who.
Yeah, I thought it was.
It is in fact Cliff Kingsbury.
It is, right? Ooh, does Jaden fit that offense? Oh, he does run. So yeah, maybe yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury, he was the one who wanted Kyler Murray, so that would fit. Let's see. And we welcome Eric Whitekey to the stage. Hello, sir.
Hello, good evening. How are we all doing tonight?
So now we have Eric squared, and we're about to find out who the Washington Commanders select. Let's see if the prediction is right, and it's Jaden Daniels. So
yes, we're all about to find out at the same time.
By the way, does anybody else miss the draft being on a Sunday at noon? Because I certainly do.
I remember Saturday, and it was the all-day affair. Yes, I love that.
I used to tell my dad, this weekend is football. I'm not available. Holiday for me. Friday night, I'm packing.
And Jaden Daniels it is. I'm going to update the mock now.
I get to play him for 4 years.
I will tell the story. I don't know if I've told it on Pulse before, but in 2007, I was dating the woman who is now my wife, and we were. She doesn't play golf, but I decided to go play golf that morning before the draft. This is when it was an all-day thing, and it started at 12 o'clock. And we got down at the golf course. We rushed back to her house. I was going as hard as I could go. I walked in as Miami was on the clock. I get in front of. I turn everything on. They announced the pick, and it was Ted Ginn. And that's the most visceral reaction I've ever had to a draft pick in my life. I literally fell on my knees and went, "No!" So,
I mean,
always
who did you want exactly, Duke? Because if it was Brady Quinn, then that was also a bust.
Well, I wanted the quarterback, but I was also a fan of Patrick Willis. So
that seems like that was out of the three, the only one who had a decent career was Willis, and he retired early.
Yeah, Patrick Willis was 6'1", like 240, ran a 4.3 something. Dude was an absolute freak.
Beast.
And that draft was good too. I mean, the guy I really wanted was Megatron, but he wasn't going to be there when Miami picked. But that draft, you had let's see, Megatron was drafted. You had Adrian Peterson, Joe Thomas, Darrelle Revis, Patrick Willis, and Miami somehow missed all of that. And now, to Ted Ginn's credit, he had a really good NFL career. He was the number one receiver on that Panthers team that went to the Super Bowl. So he had 10 touchdowns that year. So Lewis, we were down in training camp. That was the year they were in training camp, and we were standing about 30 feet from when Kelvin Benjamin got hurt. It was they were doing one-on-one drills, and he was running a drill against Rashad Jones, and he turned and his knee did not. We made the mistake of standing on the right at the field level, and we couldn't see over those football players.
So I don't think this is considered pick tipping, but Welch is saying that the Pats are not trading out according to Adam Schefter. So the Patriots are going to pick somebody. So now the question becomes,
who do we want to see them pick the least?
Drake May.
I mean,
somebody that's not good.
The least. Well, assuming it's a quarterback, I'd rather they take McCarthy over May.
Yeah, I think McCarthy is who I'd like to see the Patriots take it.
So here's some interesting news. Chad Ronnebaum, a good friend of ours, and he's been on Pulse before. He was checking out the Vegas lines, and out of nowhere, instead of 200-1, it's now 6-1 that a trade happens with Minnesota for somebody to trade with the Minnesota Vikings. You know who that somebody might be?
The LA Chargers.
Yep, for Justin Herbert. 3 first-round picks is the rumor. And I told Chad this, like, Chad, I am not ready for a world where Antonio Brown is considered legitimate NFL insider, because that is where the rumor first started that I remember.
Dude, do you know how to use an old phrase, off the chain Dolphins Twitter will be if the Chargers trade Justin Herbert and Miami signs to a contract extension?
I mean, they already signed Herbert to a contract extension.
I know, but the fact that they would be moving on from him would be like, I don't know, man. I mean,
it's not for nothing. 3 first-rounders is a lot of capital. And
it is
quarterback of choice.
I don't know. In a world where we saw like Deshaun Watson go for what he went for. Now, granted,
okay, Watson.
That was the Browns, Eric. That was the Browns, though. Yeah, Eric.
I get it. You're right.
Like, you needed an immediate splash, but I see where you're going, because if you do this, you got to win the Super Bowl. In my opinion, you do this type of move, you have to at least make an appearance.
Hey, and look, I love Keenan Allen, but Justin Herbert throw into Justin Jefferson. That's good. That's fun football to watch.
Brian Flores and Justin Herbert.
God, I didn't even think about that.
Finally,
together.
I didn't think about that either.
Yeah, listen. For full disclosure, I do not believe that is going to happen. I refuse to believe that anything Antonio Brown says is true.
They're going to trade. They're going to trade for the pick. They're not trading for Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
By the way, a huge thank you to all 995 viewers right now. We really appreciate you.
Oh, wow.
Most of them are on the 5 Reasons Sports Twitter account. Like, we do all this stuff on YouTube. It's like, it's the Twitter that I don't want to get us delisted. It's X formerly known as
Be
Twitter.
careful, man. Elon might be in here. You don't want to.
I
tip the wrong
sincerely
boat.
doubt of all the shows he could be watching. He's
but-
watching.
but-
Is Elon Musk a Dolphins fan?
That would be awesome if he was.
I don't know. I think he's a Chargers fan. If somebody told me.
So there you go.
There you go.
He's waiting to see if Justin Herbert's going to get busted.
And look at that. And just like that, we're over 1,000. Let's go. Let's give it.
Yeah. They get to listen to my accent.
So the pick is in
That's
for
part
New
of the
England.
show.
Let's see who it is. Don't anybody in the chat.
Robert Kraft.
I'm saying it right now. If you guys tip the pick, I will literally mute you.
Well, you already tipped the pick for me because I'm 20 seconds behind you. So if you
Right, that's where I am
But
too.
I'm watching ESPN.
What the hell,
Manny.
bro?
I'm watching. I'm not. And it is, in fact, according to ESPN, which I am watching right now.
Me too.
Drake May is the
But
pick.
You
for
have
the New
said
England
both
Patriots.
picks. And I'm sitting here waiting. Like,
Goodell's still walking up to the podium for me.
yeah, bro.
Yeah,
That's not my problem. You guys need better cable.
Hey. So what feeds are you guys that are behind? What are you watching?
I'm watching ESPN on Xfinity.
No,
That's
no,
all.
Right
what-
now, Roger Goodell is making his way to the podium.
Okay, what
So I'm a little
YouTube
ahead of that
TV.
then.
what
I'm
system
on
do you
YouTube
have?
TV. I was watching NFL Network. I
Damn
switched
it,
over to
Sammy.
ABC, but I'm still behind. So I'm going to try
If you're
ESPN.
if you're on YouTube TV, you can click
Ooh,
down
okay,
to settings.
quarterback. Okay.
You can click down to settings and you can remove the delay and put it on because default is the delay. It's like a 30-second delay. You can remove it to the current feed because I'm on YouTube TV and I'm getting that current feed. So yeah, click down to the
default and
yeah,
the
and move it.
decreased.
Yes, decreased, and it will jump you ahead.
But you know what's so funny? I found out what the pick was because of Lewis's little thing over here before he even announced it. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether we're watching.
Yeah, listen. So they did that during the NFL season, for like 3 or 4 weeks, that you could get the delay removed.
Welch making
See,
a joke.
in
You
the
guys
chat.
are really behind. Dolphins are already picking for me.
Bro, don't tease me like that.
All right, Dolphin fans, what do we think about this pick with your arch nemesis, Drake May?
I don't
Eh.
like it.
Right. I mean, maybe slightly more impressive than a Matt Jones per se, but I really like he threw so much off his back foot, by the way. Like, listen, being from South Florida, a lot of ACC games, this young man had to run for his life for most of the time, and he's also a runner, but he was throwing a lot off his back foot. So to me, it's just one of those situations.
I don't want them to be good at all. So
I know that.
I don't want Drake May.
Tell me that.
I don't want that to be bad against Drake May, but I hope he's a complete and total flop at this point. Until they trade him. Like now, Zach Wilson, I hope he has a great career in Denver.
Well, I mean, listen, if the Patriots build around Drake May as well as they built around Mac Jones and Tom Brady towards the end, I don't think we'll be having any problems.
They traded Gerard Mayo.
There's a lot bigger
he's not
issues
Bill
there.
Belichick. Belichick had draft control. He had free agency control for all intents and purposes. Gerard Mayo not going to have that.
Yeah,
Hey,
he had everything.
Did you guys read that ESPN article about Bill Belichick and the him going to the Falcons and how Robert Kraft essentially sunk that deal?
Thank you,
saw
Robert
that as
Kraft.
well.
You kept
That-
Don Shula's record alive single-handedly.
There was a couple of interesting things from that article. The most interesting thing that I read was that Dave Tepper has weekly meetings with his head coach where he sits down and critiques the play calling. I read that line and then I went back and read it a second time and then a third time to make sure I read it. The owner has sit-down sessions with the head coach to critique the play calling. And I know there's a lot of fans out there that are not big fans of Steve Ross, but at least he's not that bad.
Could you imagine if Steve Ross went in there, Mike McDaniel's office every week and said, I didn't like this play you did here. Don't run that play anymore. Oh, my God. There would be a meltdown of epic proportions. No wonder the Falcons don't get anywhere.
And the pick is in for Arizona. We know who this is, so don't worry about it.
Wow, you really – okay, now it just came in. The pick is in. So I think Duke is most ahead of anybody in here.
I'm still at a commercial.
I
I'm
want to – there's another time talking about bad play call. There was
what are you guys talking
Monday
about? I
night
am
game,
still in
I
the
think-
second overall pick.
Oh my God, I can't believe they took that guy.
What happened? What?
Eric, shut up.
Eric, don't do that, man. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what?
Speaking of the play calling, there was a Monday night game. I think it was 2017 or 18. And Adam Gase was the coach, and Anthony Fasano was on the field. And they kept calling this play, and it never worked. And Anthony Fasano, after the play, it gained like 2 yards. He yelled at the sideline, and you could hear it over the broadcast. He said, "Quit calling that effing play!" And it was so funny because like you could hear it so loud. He was just yelling at Adam Gase for calling that stupid play over and over again. So, yeah, I can imagine. I mean,
with Anthony Fasano, though, like think about that for a second.
That dude probably knew as much football as Adam Gase. Let's be fair about it.
I mean, he probably knew more at this point, but it's like of all the players you could have tried to pull that with, like Anthony Fasano. No wonder he doesn't have a job.
I mean, I think it was a run play or something else like that. But whatever it was, they kept calling it, and it never worked. And Anthony Fasano realized that, and they called it. It didn't work, and he yelled at the sideline. He said, "Quit calling that play."
There's a reason that Adam Gase still does not have a job in the NFL anymore. There's no amount of Peyton Manning love fest that's going to fix him. So let's see what Arizona does, and it is, in fact, Marvin Harrison Jr. Okay.
So it's been chalk. Now it's where the draft gets fun because I think this is where the trade happens. We'll see.
This has been really chalk. Wow.
He's a great route runner. I saw a lot of film on him route running.
There's something to be said about that pedigree.
Very solid, man. Yeah, but his pedigree. Hold on. His pedigree can only get going once they got Peyton Manning. I mean,
hey, I was reading a thing today. It was draftbuzz.com, and they had draft comparables. Brendan Rice, the son of Jerry Rice, you know who he was most comparable to?
I'm waiting.
Eric Ezukama.
Go figure.
So
interesting.
You think Frank Gore Jr. has his storied career as his father?
No.
Very flat, very blunt. No.
Well, no. Let's just be fair. I mean, Frank Gore Jr., a guy that had knee injuries in college, he would have gone earlier than the third round in that draft. Yeah. Played for like 1,000 years. I mean, Derrick Henry doesn't have time. Doesn't have seasons where he misses time, and he's a giant. So, I mean, what Frank Gore did over the course of that long of a career is unprecedented for that position. So I mean, just I would not expect anything like that from now. He might come into the league and have like a great 7-8 year career, but to expect him to come in and play for like 15 years or whatever, no, that ain't happening.
Well, I wasn't talking about necessarily the 10 year, more like just Frank Gore. He was a solid player. Like he was a starter for a long time.
Let's be really clear here. What we're saying, Frank Gore is going to be a Hall of Famer, whether you think he should be or not. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. So if you ask, he's gonna be he will be. He absolutely will be.
I agree.
You can't.
Can you be a Hall of Famer if your claim to fame is just that you were good for a really long time, but never
at that position? Absolutely.
Yeah,
I feel like these days in the NFL, you see plenty of that.
I mean, it took how long for Zach Thomas to finally get in, and he was like at the top of his game for even ahead of Urlacher, Ray Lewis.
That's a different type of scenario, though, Lewis. Though I think. I mean, it's very unfortunate.
Everybody respects Frank Gore. Like throughout his whole career, everybody respected the hell out of him. But was he ever really like the best running back in the NFL? Like ever, even once?
No, but he was very consistent at what he did for consecutive years.
Yeah.
But people don't remember that because how long has that been? 10 years ago?
If he gets into the NFL, if he gets into the Hall of Fame, it's going to be a while.
He was on the Dolphins. Let me read off a list. Let me read off a list really quickly. Tony Dorsett, or wait a second. Yeah, you've got Emmitt Smith, Walter Payton, Frank Gore, Barry Sanders, Adrian Peterson.
I mean, Lewis, anybody on that alone tells me I don't know what else you need to know.
But he was literally the best guy for a long time. He was.
He played for the Dolphins in 2018.
He did, and he was decent for the Dolphins in 2018.
No, I'm not taking anything away. Listen, I'm not taking anything away from what Frank Gore did accomplish. I love Frank Gore. I wish they had brought back Frank Gore, but if Frank Gore makes it to the Hall of Fame, I'm not even saying he doesn't deserve it, but it's going to take a while for him specifically because
he's not
good for 15 years is not the same as I was once upon a time. I was the greatest running back in the entire NFL for at least 2 to 3 years. Like you brought up Barry Sanders, you brought up Walter Payton, you brought up Adrian Peterson. Those guys were the number one running back in the whole league.
Yeah, but if you look back at when Frank Gore played,
he was the quietest at being the best ever.
Very, very true, Lewis. But if you look back when Frank Gore played, there weren't many running backs besides him and LT that were really good. Or am I wrong? Right? Like they another two running backs in this era that he played.
I mean, there might have been some guys that had like really good seasons and they flashed.
Well, like 2 or 3 years. Maybe.
Like, yeah, I mean, there's some guys that had like really good seasons that maybe Frank Gore didn't have, where maybe Frank Gore was like 5th or 6th or whatever that year. But then that guy fell off the map, and then the next year Frank Gore was still there. The next year Frank Gore was still there. The next year Frank Gore was still there. So I mean, yeah, maybe he wasn't like 2,000-yard guy or whatever for that one season, but the longevity is what helps. I mean, the dude was good for a very long time at a position that typically doesn't last a very long time. So,
when he comes up for consideration, he's going to be the 3rd all-time rusher in the NFL still. Like, there's nobody that's close to knocking him down that list. So when he comes up and you're looking at his accolades, his longevity, the result of that is that 3rd all time. Like, that's not something that you can ignore. It'd be different if he was 3rd and there were guys that were knocking on the door. He was going to be bumped down to 5th or 6th by the time that he was eligible for the Hall of Fame. But by the time that voting comes around, he is still going to be the bronze medalist of all-time rushing yards.
The other thing, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say again, it's the same concept that I'm having with the linebacker situation. Many of Zach Thomas's numbers far outweigh everything that Brian Urlacher ever had. And yet it took him this long. It took Zach Thomas this long to finally get inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Well,
I can't imagine, if Frank Gore makes it into the Hall of Fame, it's going to be quite frankly, a minimum 10 years from now.
I don't know, because the other thing about that is, though, the further we get away from Frank Gore's career, the more impressive his longevity becomes. Because
right, that's what I'm saying. It's going to take a while.
Running backs coming is getting even shorter and shorter, to where we're wondering if guys are even getting to their 2nd contract.
Where'd everybody go?
When Frank Gore was
I have no idea. It's just me and you now talking. I'm like, what the hell happened?
I still
hear the others.
No, I know we're here. Wait, now Eric's here, and now Manny's missing.
Okay,
all right.
The Chargers pick is in, so there was no trade. One thing to say about the one thing to say about Zach Thomas is he played on teams that weren't very good.
There we go.
Frank Gore played on at least one Super Bowl team. He played on some really good teams, playoff teams. I think that's the one thing that hurt Zach Thomas. If Zach Thomas had played in a AFC Championship game at least one time, he would have been in the Hall of Fame years ago. It's just because, look, he had as equal stats as Brian Urlacher. Brian Urlacher was in a Super Bowl. Some of these other guys, they played in Super Bowls. Zach Thomas played on 8-8 teams or bad teams. So sometimes that hurts you. But, Frank Gore doesn't have that problem. He has the longevity. He has the stats. And he played on good teams. And he was the best running back on a really good team. So, yeah, he's going to get in. I'll be shocked if it takes more than 3 or 4 times.
I think another thing that helps Gore as well is that he played for multiple teams. So when he's there and he's being, looked at by fans, there's a lot of people that, have an affinity for him because he played in their town. Whereas somebody like Zach Thomas, he was really only in Miami. So, everybody in Miami loves him, right? But anybody in the North, just viewed him as a small linebacker that racked up a bunch of tackles. Whereas Gore kind of bounced around and, there's 5 or 6 cities that, are familiar with how good he was.
Okay, so I have a question regarding this draft pick. Do you think they go offensive tackle here or wide receiver here? Because I've seen mocks with them taking a receiver, and I saw a mock today where they took J.C. Latham.
Is it cheating if I ask you to ask me again in like 5 picks? Because I now that because the draft to this point, like nothing's happened yet. I guess gun to my head.
I mean, this is the first one that we're really like questioning, right? Like everybody else kind of knew what was going to happen ahead of time.
This is the first one that's not chalk.
I mean, the problem here is if you go tackle, it's going to be a right tackle because they got Rashawn Slater at the left tackle.
Yeah.
So are you going to go with a right tackle, or you've got Dunze or Neighbor sitting there as?
Hey, shush, Eric, shush. Give me 5 seconds.
No, I was just reacting to.
Okay.
About the Dolphins. He was asking about the Chargers.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I was asking about the Chargers.
There it
Did
is.
not expect that.
Go alts for Notre Dame.
I can expect. I can see that.
You know what? That's actually really on brand for Jim Harbaugh.
Now, do you have Joe Alt play left, or do you have Rashawn Slater?
Yeah.
All right. So Welch is saying in the chat that the Patriots tried to get Herbert. Is there like a rumor going around that they tried to make a trade or something?
Although, I mean, hear me out though. If those crazy Herbert trade rumors were out there, taking Joe Alt at 5 doesn't fully quelch those rumors if they're still out there.
Ian Rappaport just brought up something very interesting, is that Joe Alt has not actually played left tackle in a very long time. So if that's the case, then it would not be much of a stretch.
He's playing left tackle right now on the screen.
Right. He was left tackle last year because Blake Fisher was the right tackle at Notre Dame.
So is Rappaport thinking of someone else?
Probably. Now,
or is he saying that he hasn't played right tackle?
Yeah, that might be what he's saying.
Welch is saying that Adam Schefter said both the Patriots and the Vikings tried to trade for Justin Herbert, and they told him go kick rocks.
Well, I mean, yeah, I would too. The question here now is, I keep wanting to say San Diego. They need a wide receiver worse. They need a wide receiver worse than just about any team in this league, and they're picking early in the second round. So that's where that run's going to be. Carolina at 33, San Diego at whatever.
That's rude. You see now I'm it's really interesting that there was no trade at this position because it kind of tips the hand of the Giants a little bit.
Well, again,
because you feel like the only reason to move up to 5 is to jump the Giants and grab McCarthy, right? So if there was no trade, I would assume McCarthy's not in the cards for the Giants here.
The only team that would absolutely shock me, and it would be on brand for them, would be the Jets, because they've got Aaron Rodgers for 1 year, and then he's out.
There's no way Aaron Rodgers hanging out that long. Like he.
Could you imagine another team with Aaron Rodgers taking quarterback in the first round?
But this is different, though. Aaron Rodgers is 41. There's no way he understands. He has to understand. It's like, hey, we need a succession plan. You're 41. How long are you going to play?
Listen,
exactly.
Aaron Rodgers doesn't have to understand anything.
This is true. He is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but whatever.
He can believe whatever he wants, regardless of what the Jets do. And you're that good. You kind of have to be.
So Giants. Giants pick is in.
So I'm going to ask a question here. Let's say a player falls that we like. Okay. How far would you trade up to get a player in this draft?
I'm not trading up for anybody. I'm
legit saying I'm not with the capital we have.
I would not trade up for anybody. I want this is a loaded draft. I want more picks, not less. So unless you're trading future capital, like we've been talking about all this time with the assumption that, we have a spare third rounder we can give up because we have two compensatories coming.
Okay. So the question that I have asked would be, let's say Troy Fatano is their guy and he's sitting there at 19 and the Rams are probably not looking to take him. Do you want to jump the Steelers to try to
No.
get him? To go from 21 to 19 is going to cost you a 4th round pick. So you'd send him one of those future thirds, and that's it.
I would
My
do
whole
that.
thing though is
I would do that.
if we're living in a world where Troy Fautanu is available at 19, chances are there's somebody else there that we would be very much okay with getting at 21. No, I mean unless they're just absolutely sold on Fautanu being like all pro.
He's the guy that I want in this draft. He's my number 1 target.
Yeah,
I mean, if he's that guy for you, then sure.
All right, let's see who
But
the
I think
Giants are
Got the pick
picking
going
here.
on.
Chalk.
Who
Chalk.
Yep.
Neighbors.
Malik Neighbors.
More chalk.
Yep, that's unsurprising.
All right, got the Titans coming up next.
This has got to be Fashanu or Latham, right?
Yeah, because I mean they've almost always been mocked with Joe Alt, so he's off the board.
I mean, they don't have anybody.
yeah.
They don't have anybody at tackle, do they?
Titans. Let's see what they got.
Well, they just
I
lost
mean,
their
this-
They
center.
got Nicholas Petit
This
Ferrer.
is
and Daniel Redun or Dylan Reduns.
Rodens. Yeah, Radens or whatever. How you say his name? I don't know.
I mean, this kind of feels like the first spot though where you could see a trade up if somebody wants to beat the Vikings to the punch on a McCarthy.
Well, we can't
Denver?
say
Although,
first because they've already said that we've already had a couple instances where this could be the first spot that we could see a trade. And we haven't had that yet.
Yeah.
Like we always say that this is where the trade might happen. This is where the trade might happen, and then we're like surprised when the trade doesn't happen, even though every year it seems like it never happens.
Well, I mean, the Chargers GM came out and said, "We want this. We want a pick or a trade option or a trade deal that's attractive to us," which is pretty much saying like, "We want you to overpay for this pick."
Right.
And nobody's willing to do that. Now, I don't know what. I heard Minnesota was wanting to trade 11 but keep 23. I mean, you're just not doing that. You've got to make these moves. So
my father was just in the chat asking if the Titans need a quarterback. So the thing is, oh father of mine, the Titans actually picked a quarterback. Not like it was last year. This Will Levis, he actually was the one who ended up overtaking Tannehill. So they
traded up in the 2nd round to get him too.
Yeah, so the Titans don't need a quarterback; they're covered. If anything, they need weapons for Levis.
And well, they just signed Calvin Ridley to a massive contract, and they still have DeAndre Hopkins. So
yeah, but Hopkins
they don't have an offensive line.
Yeah, I feel like this has to be for Fashanu, in my opinion. When you look at what they have at left tackle right now.
Yeah, they traded up for Levis, and the GM is still there. They got a new head coach, but it's the same GM. So Levis was his pick. So this is
my father says that he lives in Tennessee now. He says Levis didn't do all that great. Yeah, but they're not going to give up on him after 1 year.
Well,
it's not going to happen.
He was the starting quarterback there in Miami.
You talking about Tannehill? I mean, he got
no. I'm talking about Levis when Tennessee came down to Miami, and
yeah, that's what I'm saying is that Levis had his moments, but I mean, again, the concept of Levis didn't do that great. No, he had his moments, and then he fell off a cliff. But they're not going to give up on him after 1 year. There's no way.
Right, and I watched every snap of the Tennessee offense, watching Aaron Brewer, and their skill players did absolutely nothing to help their quarterbacks last year. So, even though Tannehill and Levis might not have played great, they had a ridiculous number of easy drops that, I don't know any quarterback that would have performed well in those conditions.
And doesn't that include Hopkins and just saying, like maybe he's not the guy anymore.
Well, Hopkins was dependable, right? I mean, he still made a lot of good plays, but once you got outside of that, pretty much everybody had, some pretty significant drops in key situations for them.
And you don't really have any.
Go ahead.
The next guy was Treylon Burks, who they traded. Right. They traded AJ Brown in 2021, and then they drafted Treylon Burks, who has not developed. So
This conversation is making me think Roma Dunze might be maybe an outside possibility, at least here.
And they need weapons. They do.
I can see that.
Like,
I can see that because I don't think that Treylon Burks
need a
did
separator.
enough to.
I would not be surprised if the Titans managed to trade for another pick somewhere down the line and they get rid of Treylon Burks. The way they were talking about him, like they backpedaled after the fact, but it's pretty clear that they're not interested in keeping Treylon Burks around.
Well, they just signed Ridley though, so we'll see.
Right. So if they're making it a point to say they didn't. They made it a point to say, oh yeah, we want Treylon Burks, but we all know how that actually works. They don't care about Treylon Burks. So
no trade. Pick is in.
Yeah, right. The pick is in. So if I'm the Titans and I'm looking at Treylon Burks and saying, okay, this guy doesn't do anything for me right now. He has no bearing on anything right now. I'm looking at my wide receiver situation and saying, I need somebody who I can trust who's going to replace Treylon Burks. Because you need Calvin Ridley, you have DeAndre Hopkins, but then who's your number 3 that they can legitimately actually count on?
Well, and Hopkins is an older. Hopkins is
older, yeah. So that's something else you have to keep in mind.
I still say it has to be offensive line. They've got an early pick in the second round that they could get a receiver. I could honestly see them going offensive line twice. Their tackle situation is awful.
The Ridley thing completely slipped my mind, honestly.
As bad as Miami's offensive line is talked about by the fans, Tennessee's offensive line is that offensive line. Like, you listen to Miami fans, like, Miami's offensive line, they give Tua like 1/2 of a second to throw, and that's all. Like, that was Tennessee's line. Either they protected and they got and those quarterbacks held the ball for a long time too. Like Tannehill and his awesome pocket presence, and Levis held the ball for a long time. But that offensive line was rough, and they lost Luan, who was their best player. They lost Brewer. They lost their guard last year, who went to the Bears, I think. I don't remember what his name was. He was from UNC Charlotte, but so yeah. I couldn't even tell you, outside of Peter Skoronski, who was their first-round pick last year, I couldn't tell you another player on their line.
Yeah, so I have it up here. They brought in Lloyd Cushenberry from Denver to replace Brewer at center.
Yep.
And they've got Brunskill at right guard and Skoronski at right or left guard. They also brought in Sadiq Charles, who was with Washington before. He's listed as a second teamer right now. But if I was sitting in that position, I couldn't pass on Fashanu having Petit Frere at my left tackle.
I'm just waiting for the commercials to be over.
Right? They said pick was in with that teaser, and then now I'm watching YouTube TV, enjoy the Zen with some flowers.
I didn't get the Zen.
Oh. See, I'm learning all kinds of stuff about YouTube TV tonight.
I was in another chat group. It was week 3, and I was like, I need a Zen game today. I need a game that has Zen that I can piece out. That was a 70-20 game, so thank you.
All right.
No, Mel Kiper, interestingly enough, has Troy Fautanu listed as a guard altogether, not even a tackle. Very interesting.
So that's how I see him. I see him as a very good guard that maybe could go to tackle. I don't see him as a lock to go to tackle, but I think that he could be a really good guard early on.
Well, I as far as offensive line goes, I'll wait.
I just heard the little jingle.
I hear the music in somebody's background.
That's mine.
I hope I don't get demonetized for this.
They can't hear. They can't hear anything.
It is J.C. Latham. Wow.
Yeah.
That doesn't shock me following some of the reporting we saw, because
so
I heard that J.C. Latham was like flying up boards late. Prior to the draft tonight.
I mentioned this Tuesday night, and I may have mentioned it before in other Pulse episodes. I'm not a fan of drafting pure interior offensive line early in the draft. I like better value. But I am fine with a guy like Fatanu or Fuaga who may end up at guard and staying at guard, but they play tackle. So it's kind of the Liam Eichenberg situation where you traded up for Liam Eichenberg. Well, you didn't trade up for him as a guard. You traded up for him as a tackle. They drafted Robert Hunt. And remember, the team turns in the card and they write what the position is. And they listed him as tackle when they drafted him. Yep. So if you draft Fatanu or Fuaga or whoever, and you list him as tackle, and you're thinking they can play tackle, and then they find a home at guard, that's fine. You found the process was fine. What I would not like is, we take Jackson Powers Johnson at 21 because that guy's a guard. And it to me, it's not necessarily the most effective use of your pick. Now, I'm not going to get upset and throw something if he's the pick, but I think the process for getting an offensive lineman who can play tackle, or maybe a guy like Graham Barton who's listed as a center, and the Dolphins value a center position over the guard position. So it's we draft him. He can play center if Aaron Brewer doesn't work out. But if he finds a home at guard, it's still a good process. So the Falcons pick came in real quick.
Yeah, and I agree with everything that you said there regarding the offensive line and drafting tackles, and that's what Greer's done. It's been a while since he's drafted a offensive lineman that wasn't listed as a tackle. You just have that extra.
Michael Dieter,
right? And I think he played some tackle at Wisconsin, didn't he?
And Solomon Kinley was the last actual interior player. That was fourth.
Right, and we're talking a 4th round pick with Kinley.
Is this Byron Murphy? I've seen that rumor a lot.
I do think it might be Byron Murphy
over Dallas Turner.
I read something today that said that he has some injury issues that have recently surfaced.
Turner does.
Yeah, that's what I read. So I don't know. We'll see.
What do you think a pick would be that would suddenly just shake up the whole board? Or is there one?
Worthy.
If you want, you can look at. Well, yeah, I don't think he's going to go that early. We can still look at our simulator here because it has all the prospects.
I guess Dallas. I guess Atlanta going corner here would make things kind of interesting.
Terrion Arnold, Kenyon Mitchell, Nate Wiggins.
It would probably be Kenyon Mitchell if they did, but I don't see a lot of. Atlanta doesn't have a lot of pull in this draft. There's not a lot they can do that changes the board right now.
No, but I'm saying, what if some team was like, you know what? We see what Miami has done with all that speed. We want that speed for our team. We want Xavier Worthy, and they go top 10. I mean, John Ross is what, pick 12, pick 11.
Oh yeah, they go with the.
Okay, I just messed up. I have to go back in and make all the picks again. God,
Lewis.
Yeah, I know. I'm just having an absolute disaster here. Okay, wait. It kicked me out. I want to pick for everybody, please. Thank you. Oh, is it already making the picks that have already happened? Okay, that's fine.
That's kind of nice.
Okay, yeah. All right. So appreciate it. Thank you, computer, for realizing what I did wrong.
Yeah, let's get to it. Come on.
We're looking at Michael Penix. There's no way. They just brought in Kirk Cousins.
No, they wouldn't.
No.
They wouldn't. That's
I mean,
that
it is
would
the
be
Falcons.
great.
So.
Boy, we're taking our time here.
Not that.
You know, I like the fact that I can just simulate on Madden and get to my pick as quick as possible.
Right.
And I don't simulate this. There's not a button I can push to simulate this.
It's called the fast forward, but
I mean, I'm talking about real life. Like, I want to go ahead and get to the Dolphins pick.
That's called chaos control, but we don't have
we're barely just over a third of the way there.
Exactly.
Imagine what happens next year when the Dolphins win the Super Bowl and they're picking last.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Like that would make the wait worth it.
Like I'd take a nap first, and then like, all right, I'll wake up when it's like pick 20 or something.
Nah, you can't take a nap. We need you for next year.
I had actually had a dream about the draft last night, and of course I get ready to tell the story when the pick comes in. But anyway, I somehow slept. Somehow I got home, and like the draft, like I was expecting, it was 8:00, and the draft had already happened, and I missed the whole thing. So
who was the pick?
I don't remember. I just remember the Dolphins. I want to say I thought it was Dallas Turner, to be honest with you.
To the Dolphins.
Oh,
what is it? Let's see.
Wow.
It is Michael. What? Wow. Okay. So yeah, that shakes things up a little bit. So I asked the question, right? What would shake it up?
ESPN's got to calm down with that. They got to calm down with that because
That's
if they spoiled it.
This helps the Dolphins though.
This does help the Dolphins immensely.
This is a player that was not I expected him to go to Oakland, Las Vegas, whatever.
Wow.
Look, I'm old. I'm just gonna say it. Look, it's the Redskins. It's San Diego, and it's Oakland. So
and the St. Louis Rams.
St. Louis Rams.
That's nuts. I'm floored. Like, really?
I had Penix as quarterback 4 on my board. I didn't really understand all the buzz around McCarthy. I'm not overly surprised he didn't go number 4. And I had Penix as my number 4, so I'm not too surprised that he was the 4th quarterback off the board. I did not expect him to go to
Atlanta. Why would you go out of your way to go bring in Kirk Cousins and then decide, nah? Like, is the idea that he's going to be a developmental quarterback for 2 to 3 years?
It's got to be.
That's got to be it. Kirk Cousins literally said, and this has to be something that was in the works for a while, because Kirk Cousins said one of the reasons why he ended up signing with the Falcons was, I really loved the pitch that they had, the vision that they had for me for the rest of my
Chicago
career.
Didn't waste any time. They're ready for their next pick.
So he's, ready to retire there and take on the mentor role, I guess. Oh shoot, Chicago's ready.
Yeah, they already made their decision. They're done. Like, we got our guy. Whoever
it's got to be a Dunes, right?
Give Caleb Williams.
Him.
Didn't Caleb Williams wanted him, right? Like, they worked together already. Roma Dunze, or was it someone else that I'm thinking of?
I don't know, but if I'm Caleb Williams, and how could you not want him?
If it's not Odunze, it's got to be whoever they think the best defensive player in the draft is.
That's crazy. I'm still floored.
I could have seen an offensive lineman for the Bears, but that was before I had thought that a Dunes would still be on the board at 9.
Yeah, him being on the board at this point is wild.
If the Bears don't take Odunze, that means the Jets have the potential to pick him.
Don't like that.
I'm already
bracing
preparing
yourself?
myself to be upset about the Bears taking Brock Bowers. I don't need to be upset about upset about the Jets taking Roma Dunze. As a matter of fact, I hope they trade down.
If I'm not talking very much, I apologize. It's like I'm doing stuff in the background as well.
I mean, this is a live stream that's going to go on for multiple hours. This is how these things go.
On into the night. Bears pick is in.
It's been in, bro. We're just waiting.
I just got back. The Minnesota's going to get their quarterback and didn't have to move. Good for them.
Do they? Is it JJ McCarthy they want?
Well, that's what they're going to get.
I mean, let's see.
Okay. But
Bo Nix is there. Spencer Rattler's there.
Do you take him at 11 or do you risk it?
I'm not saying
All right,
they should
I
do
got it.
anything.
I got it.
And it is Rome Odunze. Okay, so don't have to worry about the Jets taking him.
Rome Odunze.
Goodness.
Okay.
Now, here's where I think it gets interesting. This could be a Olu Fashanu.
So
Well, you
and
want to
this-
keep Aaron Rodgers from going out in the first game of the season again.
Hold up. Somebody just commented.
Welch is saying that
Did you see
the
that?
Vikings traded up to 10, so they just jumped the.
Somebody
up to
was
the Jets
gonna
pick.
maybe
So-
Denver was.
Wait,
gonna-
but the Vikings pick one pick later. What did the Vikings give up
So
just
are
to make
they-
sure that the Jets couldn't take him?
are they jumping up for a quarterback?
Yeah.
What did the
Yeah, I
Vikings
would
give up
think
just
so.
to make sure the Jets didn't take him?
The Jets weren't taking anybody.
Yeah, what?
They weren't
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why would you trade up
No,
with the Jets?
Because it was
One
probably
pick?
somebody else that was looking to
Denver
come up.
had to be
Yeah.
Denver had to be calling for him or something.
Yep, Denver was probably trying to jump Minnesota.
or
so
Las Vegas.
Yep, it was somebody else that was going up other than Minnesota, and the Jets probably reached out and were like, "Hey, we got this offer. Give us something a little better." And Minnesota did that to.
You
to
know,
get that
you have to wonder. They're showing all these Odunze highlights where he's having to like adjust to underthrown balls. I wonder how Falcons fans feel about that. I know how Dolphins
so-
Twitter would be.
I mean,
I'll go ahead and I'll tip this. I'm not saying they didn't pick any players, but the Jets gave up 10 and number 203 for 11, 129, and 157. So the Vikings gave up pretty much
actually
all their.
decent
So
for the
I mean,
Jets.
to move up one or two spots, you don't give up a lot.
I'm curious to see if the simulator will even accept that trade. Let's see what happens.
Are you
Okay.
controlling every
Yeah,
team?
I'm
still?
Oh yeah, because I'm controlling both teams. So I
Yeah,
get to
I was,
say-
I was gonna,
about to
I
say,
was
yeah.
gonna say.
So you don't have to force yourself to accept a trade.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember years ago in
Jets get
2012.
11.
I attempted to make the Vontae Davis trade,
129 and
Colts,
157.
and Madden rejected it. So I'll give Jeff Ireland credit. He pulled off a trade that even Madden
and then
wouldn't pull off.
203.
Which trade was that, Duke? The Jordan trade?
Vontae Davis for a second round pick and something else. And,
Wait, what? It can't be 203. It's got to be 207, right?
whatever. Yeah.
Because the Jets don't even have a 203.
That's a 6th round pick.
Yeah, it's got to be like 207 or something.
Let me see. Hold on. Like somebody has to be correcting that.
No, they pick up.
They keep saying 203. What the heck? How is it 203? Did they get something from someone else?
Probably.
Probably.
Okay. I guess I'll fix it late. I guess it really doesn't matter at this point. Trade has been rejected. What do you mean the trade has been rejected? I'm literally the guy saying yes or no. That's incredible.
That's so funny, actually.
Like I'm literally I'm in control of everybody. You don't get to decide who says yes or no.
The Jets really don't want Minnesota to have JJ McCarthy in this world, I guess.
All right, you know what? It doesn't matter. We're not going to stream days like the last mid-round pick, so I'm just going to do whatever it takes to make sure that the trade goes through.
I mean, look, it's the first round. You're not going to be trade them every pick they have from third round on back. You're not going to be doing this tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, I might.
Yeah, but you're not going to be. I mean, they'll have it.
What
updated.
if you offered the deal from Minnesota's perspective?
I tried. They rejected it both ways.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's.
I mean, like I said, trade them a second round pick. It's going to be updated tomorrow anyway. So.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That's annoying.
Just
Okay,
for
how about this?
that.
Watch this. Hold on, because the simulator redid everything that I tried to do for me, right? So if the Vikings made a trade that means that when I refresh the page, it'll force the trade because that's literally what happened.
Yeah,
that's what I'm wondering. If you just start refreshing instead of manually making the picks, just give it a minute after the pick and then refresh it. It might update it automatically.
5 QBs in the top 10.
All right, let's see. Just out of curiosity.
That's nuts.
Nope, it's still showing the Jets. Okay, whatever.
We need
I'll wait
one
a while.
more.
It's because the pick hasn't formally been made yet.
Yeah, we need one more. We need Bo Nix or whoever else is up there to go somewhere in that
Nix and
mid-team
McCarthy
range.
left.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the
This
way
is
the board's
annoying.
falling
I should
for
be
us
able to
so
make
far.
the trade if I'm the one who's in control of all the teams. I should be allowed to make that trade.
The NFL.com had an article a few weeks ago. It was
I'm going to try something.
They took the last 20 years of drafts and graded the QB drafts of each draft. The worst draft was 2007. You know who the best quarterback out of that entire draft was?
7.
I'll give you a hint. He played for Miami. And another hint, he was undrafted.
It's Patrick.
2007 played for Miami and was undrafted.
He wasn't signed by Miami as an undrafted free agent. He came as a free agent after other teams, but he played for Miami for a number of years, actually.
For a number of years.
He was the most. He was the most productive.
So I'm in now.
Let's go out on a limb and say Matt Moore was drafted in 2007.
Matt Moore was an undrafted pick in 2007. He was the most productive player from that entire draft. You know what draft was number 2? You know what draft class was number 2? Obviously, number 1's 04, but number 2 class.
The number 2 most productive?
Or the number 2 class that they rated is the best class.
Oh, 04. Yeah, that makes sense.
04 was number 1.
Oh, 04 was number. Oh, you're asking, do we know what number 2 was?
Miami got a quarterback.
So he's going to be 2020?
2020.
Really?
Yeah, we got Hurts getting to the Super Bowl.
That's true. Yeah. Hurts
and
already.
Burrow also has a Super Bowl appearance.
And Pro Bowl from Herbert.
Herbert. Mac Jones, Pro Bowler.
And even Jordan Love showed up.
Year. What am I talking about?
But yeah, 07, they listed all the quarterbacks from 07, and Matt Moore was had the best career out of any of them. I think most of them didn't make it more than like a season. He's the only one that played like multiple years, got starts, and played very well for his limited time. So,
who was the top quarterback in that draft? I mean, that was the Brady Quinn year, but who was ahead of him? Oh, of course.
So update on the simulator situation. I have PFFs up, and the pick has already been tipped, so I can't even pull it up.
I mean, we know who it is.
So. No, we know who it is, but I can't say it officially because I said that I would ban anybody who picked tipped picks. So I would have to ban myself.
Okay, now they're bringing out a herd of people to get this pick.
I don't know. Maybe the banning system will short circuit with you in control, like the trading
stream
system.
Will just kill itself because the host is dead.
Can't ban yourself.
It'll reject the ban.
It's like it rejected trades. My God, man, just let me do what I was gonna do.
You know, we were talking about Madden the other night. The draft is the only reason I play Madden.
Did you have the old NFL head coach game?
I did not. But now I did have that. I do have the Ultimate Football GM game on my phone.
Okay. Yep. I played that for a while.
That's fun too. Yeah.
So this is probably going to be. So we're all saying it's going to be J.D. McCarthy. So that's 5 quarterbacks.
It's McCarthy or Bo Nix. I mean, that's the only 2. You don't trade up a spot to take.
Yeah.
Bowers. Lord have mercy. I don't know.
Boy, I'll tell you though, the Jets better have their pick in like right away after this. You trade down 1 spot, you better know who you're taking.
Well,
Of course.
Okay, yeah, there it is, JJ McCarthy. All right.
Yeah.
So with that in mind,
They essentially stayed put and got their guy. I mean, they gave up some
Yeah.
A
plus
6th round pick. That's nothing
nothing. Yeah.
to make
so
sure you
with
get.
that in mind, I'm going to
Good job,
now
Vikings.
simulate. I'm going to switch simulators now, and I'm going to go to this one, and I'll go ahead and I'll pick.
I still say this is going to be
McCarthy's pick.
Fashanu. They need some offensive line help. And with that in mind, if the Dolphins get out of this draft and they've not got exactly who they want, and the pick is in, so yeah, good job.
I don't want to offer a trade though. Can I? Would
any of you have interest in looking at Mekhi Becton as a free agent?
No. He is not athletic enough for this offensive line. If we look at the way that Miami likes to get Armstead and Jackson out in space and running, chasing down those little guys, that is not.
Jets
what
are
Becton
immediately
does.
on the clock, so there you go.
Their pick is in. So,
and I know there's a lot of buzz around them with offensive line, but I mean they've got Tyron Smith at left tackle, John Simpson at left guard, Vera Tucker at right guard, and they traded for Morgan Moses at right tackle. I guess just for me, it'll be a bit of a surprise. They are old players, but if you're drafting somebody here, it's going to be somebody that may not play this year.
But
I would not be surprised to see them go with the Brock Bowers.
I mean, I've read everything I've read about Fashanu is that he's a guy that needs maybe a year or two of development. So, do you get your left tackle now, expecting that you're not going to be drafting this high up again?
That's a possibility.
We'll see. I mean, I'm not expecting it. I think it makes sense to me. But it's the Jets. Who knows? Who is the tight end they drafted instead of Warren Sapp?
Tight end they drafted instead of Warren Sapp.
Yeah, I think his name was last name was Brady.
Kyle Brady? No, that's too far. Is that too far back?
No, it was the Warren Sapp.
Kyle Brady was the Jets for a while.
I'll look it up real quick.
I think I can picture who it is, but I can't think of what his name is.
This sets up the board really nicely for Miami, though.
Yeah, I really like the way it's falling so far.
For what it's worth, I just refreshed the other simulator, and it still has not forced the trade for the Jets and the Vikings.
Kyle Brady was the name.
It broke.
Kyle Brady, and then Warren Sapp went 3 players later. That was the one everyone they wanted, and everybody. Who did the Dolphins pick that draft?
What year was that?
95. The first round pick was Billy.
Is that Bowens?
Billy Milner was the first round pick. Christian Foria. I remember his son in the draft.
I remember him.
Seattle.
Cordell Stewart was that draft.
Slash.
And one player I absolutely hated, Curtis Martin.
Oh, yeah. Him and Wayne Corbett.
Oh, I hated them.
Hell with them.
They were good, but I hated them.
You're right.
Terrell Davis.
That's for Denver.
So who was the number 1 overall pick that draft? Kajana Carter.
Ooh, Bengals.
Steve
Out of Penn State.
Steve McNair was that draft. Kerry Collins.
We got some Dolphins fans on the screen right now.
All right, here we go.
Here we go with the Jets.
Oh, they're spoiling a trade up. Dolphins traded up here.
What? You're no.
Well, no, because they showed the Dolphins fans on the screen. They showed Michael Penix.
Oh God,
you did.
Fashanu to the Jets. So no Brock Bowers. What the heck, man? Okay.
Interesting.
Well, and as good as Brock Bowers is, this is a positional value pick. Tight end just isn't that high on the positional value chart.
I'll tell you what's really interesting that there have been no edge rushers taken at to this point.
Yeah.
My prediction today on the Finsider, I was chatting with somebody, and Josh Houts asked, who's the pick at 21? I said, the pick that I would make is Troy Fatanu. The pick that I think the Dolphins make is Jared Verse. I'm going to stick by that until he's not there.
I kind of hope that's not the case. Verse is one of the few guys that I feel kind of lukewarm about.
I don't have a problem with Verse. I think that I have him as my number 3 edge on the board behind Turner and Latu.
The only problem I really have with Latu is the injury history. But if the Dolphins are comfortable with it, then I'm comfortable with it. So,
right, that's what that pick's going to come down to. You know, we don't know anything about how his medicals checked out, but I'm sure that anybody that drafts him, especially in the first round, has looked him over multiple times and they're comfortable with it.
Broncos took no time locking in their pick. None.
This is we'll see what this is. The one of the few things about the Dolphins they have now is I am a 100% believer in Butch Berry. If Butch Berry came out Sunday and said, listen, we didn't need offensive line help in this draft. I like who we've got right in our building right now. I'm going to take his word for it. He earned the benefit of the doubt with me. I remember last year, everybody's like, it's a criminal offense if we let Austin Jackson protect Tua. Austin Jackson got an extension, did good. Now, see, a Hall of Fame player? No, but the difference was there. So if Butch Berry says, look, I believe in this guy, I'm taking his word for it until he proves me otherwise.
I think the Dolphins have one of the best brain trusts in the NFL as far as offensive line right now. You look at Mike McDaniel, who was a run game coordinator before he came here. You got Frank Smith has got the offensive line background, and Butch Berry's been around for a while. So, you know, you get those 3 guys collaborating in a room, whatever decision they make, I'm good with.
Yep. And along those lines, if Jackson Powers Johnson or whoever's the pick at 21, I'm like, they felt good enough about that guy that's the guy they really wanted, then they predict something special for him. So there's only 2 positions that I would get mad at and leave the show over, and that's quarterback and running back. I mean, and if they took a tight end outside of Brock Bowers at 21, but I don't see that happening. So we're in good shape. Whoever they pick is probably going to be a good position.
You'd be okay with a linebacker? A linebacker you'd be okay with?
No, that's not a position, but I don't think there's any. That's another one too, but I don't think they'll do that. I mean,
no, I don't have any.
Even if they took a cornerback, I could see a vision to it. It's not my favorite pick, but I could see a vision to it.
I probably couldn't now with the way the board's falling. I can't imagine a scenario where a corner would be the best option available, but there was definitely a time doing mock drafts where there were opportunities where a corner could have made sense, or at least could have been a pick that I could defend. But with the way this is falling now, and what I'm expecting with Denver here, I think we're going to continue to see guys that make a lot of sense for us getting pushed down closer to 21.
Well, I mean, Chris Greer said he expects at least 1 or 2 guys that they really want to be there, and he's not lying.
No.
And it's likely to be on the defensive side of the ball, most like at just looking at the way the board is falling right now. I'm thinking it's got to be somebody along that defensive line. One of those 5 guys between Newton, Murphy, Verse, Latu, and Turner. If one of those 5 are there, I think that they're probably the pick over the next. But I think Turner gets picked here anyway. So
how much do you think Newton's? How much do you think Newton's foot injury is hurting him?
Probably.
Again, I think it's a Latu situation there too. Like a team that is going to look at Newton in the first round is going to have to be comfortable with that not being a recurring issue. As a big man with a foot injury, like that definitely needs to be looked at closely to determine whether they feel that's something that's going to be a recurring issue.
The closer this pick gets, the more nervous I get.
I agree that, like, looking at the board right now, there might be 2 offensive players, those being Fatanu and Fuaga, that I could see being the picks. But if those guys are gone before 21, then
Okay, so here's
I don't.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I mean it's just with the Chargers taking Alt and starting the offensive lineman being picked at 5. While it's not the end of the world per se, but that does kind of, between Denver, Vegas, and New Orleans here, you're probably looking at 2 tackles coming off the board.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you a pick that I think might surprise some people, and I think I call this somewhere else. I think Graham Barton to Seattle at 16 is a surprise pick.
I can see that. I've seen interior line to them.
But here we go.
My shot here. My shot here. I'm saying it's going to be Dallas Turner.
I will concur with you. I think that's who it is.
Denver.
This is the somebody posted this: Fatanu versus Turner, Latu, Murphy, Mims, Barton, Bowers, or Fuaga. One of those players will be it for Miami. They will be available.
Yeah, I agree. They'll definitely be available.
Oh,
see, that's what I thought it would be. With as quick as that pick came in, I felt like if it was going to be another position, that they might have waited around to see if there was a trade. But with as quick as that Denver pick came in, kind of figured that was where they were going to go.
Oh man, this is good stuff. Las Vegas got screwed too.
Yeah, and since Lewis seems to be away, just to announce that it was Bo Nix going to Denver.
Six QBs. That's got to be a record, right?
In the
6
first
QBs
12
in 12 picks, that's every other pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think
probably.
I think the most is 5 in the first round ever. Because I think 18 tied that. It was 5 picks with Rosen, Mayfield, Allen, Darnold, and Jackson went 32. So I think that was the record, was 5, and they tied it. So this is 6 in the first round, first 12 picks.
That's 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. Is there any other quarterbacks that might get in there?
I hope so.
And McCarthy might
right?
still go.
Who?
Or no, McCarthy's gone. What am I
said McCarthy's gone,
dude?
right? That was what, Minnesota?
Yeah.
Let's see who's even available.
Yeah, I mean, those are the only 6 that I looked at. I think QB is just one of those weird positions that, teams are going to overdraft them, especially since they have the rookie wage scale now. Before, when it was kind of a free-for-all with the contracts, I think teams were a little more cautious with drafting quarterbacks early, but it's still a quarterback-driven league. And with as cheap as the quarterback contracts are, I think that's why we're seeing guys like this go in the top 15. They're not better than a lot of the guys that are still on the board, but they're a higher priority position. And some of these teams are probably hoping that they're never going to be this high again. So if you're, in the top 12, top 10, and you need
Spencer Rattler's the next guy on this board that I see. So.
Hey, let's somebody come up to 16 or 17 and get them.
Yes, I think we're done with quarterbacks in the first round. So.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah,
I hope so.
I hope not.
I hope
somebody
not.
else comes up and goes.
Yeah,
right.
This is great.
Push another one down.
More. Yeah, push more down the board.
Raiders. Now they took Michael Mayer last year. Did they take a tight end here?
I don't think so, but
I don't.
And we're starting to kind of get into the area where, a team may see Brock Bowers as being that kind of difference maker.
Think about if they added Byron Murphy beside Christian Wilkins out there in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
crazy.
along with Max Crosby.
Mm.
That'd be quite the front.
Got somebody asking about Xavier Worthy at 21 if he's there. With the way the board is falling, you couldn't convince me not to take one of the guys that's one of the linemen that's going to fall over Worthy, because it's going to be one of those.
There we go.
Yeah, here goes the Raiders.
Oh, well,
I guess they might go Brock Bowers.
He's special though.
So
He is
21 personnel. He looks like he's about 45. Let's just be honest. He looks like he's my age.
He really does.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see a lot of 2 tight end sets. You got
that
Michael
dude's
Mayer
retard,
there
I
that
guess, but
is your
of course,
inline
by the
tight
time
end.
you're my age, people start looking. Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
So you got.
He's going to be your inline guy.
Inline and your
move
tight
piece.
End,
Yep. He can be an H. He can be that wing position. He can be in the slot.
Okay, so now it's where the next set of tackles worries me, because you've got Seattle, New Orleans, you've got Cincinnati, and you've got Pittsburgh.
Yep.
And it's Buffalo.
This is the danger zone.
I predicted Tuesday night that Buffalo would move up to get Thomas.
Brian Thomas. Yep. Yeah,
Brian Thomas. So
I think that Brian Thomas makes a lot of sense for Buffalo, and I could definitely see them coming up to get ahead of that second wide receiver run to make sure that they get him.
Where do they trade up to? Who's the team that moves out for them? It's not obviously Miami.
Well, so what team?
What team feels like they can get what they want at 28 or whatever they pick versus right now?
Who do you have to jump for a receiver?
Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Miami.
So I think you'd look at the teams just in front of them.
That's who's that. I think Indianapolis could move down. I think they could take a corner, and I think they could still get a corner they want at 28. So let's see if that happens. I think a tackle goes here. This is where Fatanu goes, unfortunately.
Is what, Saints?
Mm-hmm. They're on the clock and they haven't picked yet, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean they're.
So we've had 3 tackles go so far. 3 wide receivers.
I mean, the thing is, Duke, too. You said you think Seattle could take Graham Barton at 16. Mm-hmm. Could Seattle still get Graham Barton at 28?
No. I think he goes to Dallas.
He wouldn't survive. He probably wouldn't survive Green Bay and Dallas.
Yeah. Have we had a defensive player gone yet?
We
no.
Have actually.
No defensive players. And I think that New Orleans line, I think, might be in better shape than some people think. I mean, you got Penny at left tackle. They signed somebody from Minnesota that's listed as left guard now. You got Eric McCoy at center, Cesar Ruiz at right guard, and Ramczyk at right tackle. I know that Ramczyk's had some injury issues and stuff like that, but I'm not sure that this one's a lock to be a offensive lineman.
And if you recall, Eric McCoy was drafted with the pick that Miami traded when they traded down, and then sent the pick that they traded down to Arizona for Josh Rosen.
I did not know that one, but I did know that Ruiz supposedly was a target of Miami in 2020, along with Ayuk, and those two were drafted in the 2 spots ahead of Austin Jackson. Or no, I'm sorry, they were drafted before they traded down, and then eventually got Igbenogany.
Yeah. And from what I remember reading about, I think Igbenogany was a pick that was forced by Brian Flores. So I don't think he was the original plan.
I never actually read that, but that's kind of the feeling that I got. Flores having a a background in the secondary, I felt like Greer may have kind of been caught off guard by those two going ahead of the pick and traded down and kind of gave Flores a, throw him a bone and let him pick a defensive back that he wanted. That pick could have been made without Flores signing off on it.
New Orleans is still on the clock. They're fielding calls right now.
Yeah.
So if you look back, so we know Chris Greer has been undisputed general manager since 2019. He's had 6 first-round picks in that time period. He's hit on 5 of them. Wilkins didn't re-sign, of course, but Tua, I'll count as a hit. Austin Jackson has become a hit. Igbenogany was not. Then Waddle and Phillips were obviously hits. So if you count the trades, he's also got Tyreek Hill and Bradley Chubb. Dude's gold in the first round.
Yeah, and even before that, I mean, I think he was actually named GM in 2016 when he actually started, being the one to call the shots. I'm not sure, but I mean, Laramie Tunzel in 2016 and Minka Fitzpatrick in 2018 were both really good picks. They just, Minka didn't want to be part of a rebuild, and Laramie Tunzel, got a king's ransom for him in a trade to spark the rebuild. So it's not like he's, drafting bad guys in the first round. It's just that a couple of them, were traded away. I had said before that I think that the bigger issue than any kind of picks that Greer is making is just the constant change in the head coach. And every time you get a new head coach, they're going to want their guys in there. And, so we had 3 years with Gase, had 3 years with Flores. We're going into year 3 with McDaniel. And hopefully we can continue to see a continuity in that, the guys that were drafted. Well, there hasn't been a lot of guys drafted the last 2 years, but, hopefully some of those day 2 and 3 guys are actually going to see second contracts, because those are the guys that McDaniel actually wanted versus the guys from the previous regime, may not have fit into what McDaniel's looking for.
And I think Eric Ezukanma is going to play a bigger role than fans think. I know he was moving that direction last year, and then the injury happened. But I mean, I'm not saying that guy's going to, turn up this year, but I think he's going to be a factor. And obviously, Achane was a hit already. So,
well, that's the thing. I mean, he was very clearly in their plans. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say they clearly, those first couple of weeks last year, had a very unique package for him. It's not like he was just subbing in to give Waddle a breather or something. They had a package for Ezukanma. So they clearly like him. If they feel like he's fully recovered and available from that neck injury, I definitely think they're going to, continue to go down that path.
I mean, he's a bigger body guy, so he can be your Devontae Parker type that goes up and gets the ball, plays that role. They obviously used him as like the running back position. So he had a touchdown against the Patriots in week 2 that got broken up by a defensive back. It was a great play by Kyle Duggar. If you watch it, Tua throws him a slant. If it hits him, he runs into the end zone uncontested, and Duggar got a hand on it and knocked it down. Great play by the defensive back, but you watch it and you look at the all 22 and you're like, oh dear Lord, if he had not got his hand on that ball, that's a touchdown. Beautiful play. And got robbed. Here we go.
All right.
I'm gonna turn my camera off so I don't react.
We got Goodell at the podium now.
What do we got?
Okay, I can live with that.
It is Talise Fuaga.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Now, I will say this. I have read that there are some degenerative knee issues with Troy Fatanu that I don't know if it's the same situation as Jay Ajayi, but it is the same injury, but it's a similar situation where it may impact his long-term career. So that may be why he is falling, if he falls any further.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say that he is falling yet. Like I said before, I feel like Fatanu is a better fit as a guard, whereas the other guys, the other offensive linemen that have gone off the board, and Alt, Fashanu, and Fuaga, I feel are better fits at tackle. You know, he's probably the next on my list. You know, so some other offensive linemen start going off the board before Fatanu, then I could see an argument for that. But at this point, at least in my opinion, he's not necessarily falling. He's just kind of sliding to where I thought he would go.
And see, I've seen Fuaga as kind of more of a guard as well, but they have a needed right tackle in New Orleans. So because I think Ramchek's he might be at the end.
Yeah, he's still listed there, but he seems to be a guy that can't stay on the field. So we got Indianapolis up next.
Does Indy go with a corner here?
I would think so, right? You take your
feels
your
like a good spot for it.
Defensive back in the class.
I mean, looking at the corners that they have starting now, you got Dallas Flowers, Juju Brents, and Kenny Moore in the slot. So I could definitely see this being the first defensive player off the board.
Or do we get Buffalo trade up?
This seems pretty uncommon to get this far without a single defensive player, though, doesn't it? I can't think of another year where there hasn't been a defensive player that really made it in the top half of the first round.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Do we make it to the second half of the draft without a defensive player?
We're almost there.
If Indy doesn't do it, then
I saw a rumor that Indianapolis may take Worthy.
I did see that too. I saw that they were also the betting favorites to take Worthy.
That'd be interesting. I mean, they've got Michael Pittman there, but not a whole lot afterwards as far as wide receiver.
Alec Pierce has shown some interesting potential, but not enough to not take a wide receiver if you're convinced on a guy.
I'm tempted to grab another slice of pizza. All right. So, if you guys are degenerative gamblers, would you make a bet that when Miami gets on the clock and the pick is in, that they go to commercial? Because they always,
of course.
Yeah.
When I drag it on,
feels like a given.
That dude's eating Doritos. I'll be perfectly honest. That green jacket is sweet. I would wear it.
You're on ESPN?
I'm on NFL Network.
Oh, so am I.
That was Dallas Turner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, Troy. Come on, Troy. You want to play for Miami? You want to protect Tua? Let's do it. Dude, that's the guy I've wanted in this draft more than anybody else. If he makes it and Miami picks him, that gets an A+ grade for me. I don't care.
Yeah, I feel like Latu and Fatanu have been the two that I would most like to see go to Miami. You know, considering if you take away the guys that clearly just weren't going to make it there, and there really hasn't been a whole lot of there's nobody that I didn't. There's nobody on the board that I thought would go a lot higher. Well, Dallas Turner's there. So.
And see, I read today that he's got injuries concerns. So Indy's pick is in, so no trade for Buffalo. At this point, Buffalo's just going to stay put and pick somebody. I mean, they're going to fall. They're going
the way that the way things are falling right now, I'm not. I think Buffalo's got to be feeling pretty good themselves.
They've got to dodge a big bullet at 19 and 20. Excuse me, 18 and 20.
Yeah, they still have a few different spots where things can go sideways with them.
And you know who they traded with last year to go up and get Dalton Kincaid, don't you? Jacksonville.
I don't remember that.
I do remember hearing that.
Jacksonville traded down. Buffalo came up to get Dalton Kincaid with Jacksonville's pick. So Jacksonville sits 2 picks from now. They've done business before. We'll see. Because you want to get ahead of Cincinnati, who may go tackle or wide receiver. You want to get ahead of Pittsburgh, who may go tackle or wide receiver. Buffalo doesn't need a tackle, but they're going to go up to get a receiver. That would be the spot to do it. I don't think the Rams do. And obviously, I mean, Miami could, but
I think Jacksonville has to be the spot if they're targeting Brian Thomas. The more I think about it, the more I think Cincinnati takes him if he's there at 18.
Yeah, because then they can either trade Higgins or let him play on the tag, and then move on next year. Yeah, or try to trade him midseason.
Yeah, Brian Thomas would make a lot of sense as a replacement for Higgins and give Cincinnati that flexibility to move on.
I mean, just go all LSU. Why not? I'm my prediction: Quinyon Mitchell.
I would agree with that.
That wouldn't shock me.
Nope. Latu.
But there's the defensive player, so
interesting. Latu is the first defensive player off the board
at 15. Okay, so I'll ask this now while we're thinking about it. I saw the name on the board. If the Dolphins picked Cooper DeJean, how would you feel?
Terrible. Also, hi, I'm back.
Oh, there it is.
I had to get me some food, take care of some other necessities, but I've been here trying to pop back in and make picks as they were announced.
Well, I got one right. I called the Fashanu pick. So.
Yeah, to answer your question, I would hate Cooper DeJean in the first round.
Why?
Because Miami is already really good at finding safeties in the mid rounds and even the late rounds. They've already proven that. And
what if the talent's not there this year?
The talent's close enough, bro. And even if there is not, Jalen Ramsey's going to be our third safety, as well as corner and everything else.
So if Miami went corner at 21,
I would also be pissed off.
If the idea that Jalen Ramsey is going to be your piece in the secondary.
Duke, which way is the NFL skewing right now?
Secondary.
No.
Okay. I understand
score
that
points. Score all the points.
I understand that a draft pick is an asset and it is a resource that has to be spent and allocated like money does. But if I could propose to you that the Dolphins tonight could sign a Pro Bowl caliber player, the only problem is he's a defensive back, but they could sign him tonight. Would you do it?
Depends on the cost.
What's the cost and who's the player? What position does he play?
It's a free agent. It's a free
agent of what? What does he play?
Okay, now listen. Howard's already said he's not coming back.
What I'm saying is you're not trading anything for Cooper DeJean. It's not like you're trading anything away. You're just adding.
No,
he's one of the 10 to 12 best players in the draft.
Then why is he waiting? Why is it already pick 16 and nobody's picked him?
I mean,
because we've had 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 15 picks.
We had 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. So yeah, I mean, and safety is not
it's not a premium position.
It's not a premium position.
Yeah,
However,
that's number one. And number two, Miami's already knows how to pick good safeties later. We don't want one now.
however, you would use him. I think you'd play him at safety year one, and then you move into a spot where he's a nickel corner and a safety down the road. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be the pick. I don't think that it will. But we're going to see. I think Seattle. My pick for Seattle was Graham Barton. I think that's where he goes. We'll see. They're still on the clock. I think Jacksonville moves out. Buffalo comes up to take Brian Thomas to jump over Cincinnati. I think 19, that's the Rams. I think they take Byron Murphy. And I don't know what Cincinnati does after that. Amarius Mims.
Yeah,
If we're going off just raw talent, Amarius Mims is probably the most highest ceiling in the whole group here.
Amarius Mims is if you could create if you could, he's a created Madden lineman.
Yeah, he's insane.
But he's played 8 games. He's had injury concerns. And I mean, if he's the pick for Miami at 21, I'm okay with that because you automatically know at that point he is left tackle moving forward. You're not playing him at guard, not at that size.
I mean, to go ahead.
I was going to say, I think fans would have to realize that this is another Cam Smith situation. He's redshirt, and unless he just comes out in training camp and like makes Armstead look like a bum, he's gonna sit the bench most of the season. If fans are okay with that, because everything I've said, it says you draft for needs for tomorrow, not needs for today. I am fine with Amarius Mims with the understanding that he's not a guard now. He's going to play tackle, and he's your left tackle in 2025 moving forward because you're not picking this high again.
I mean, I'm not okay with that pick. Again, I want players who are going to participate and who are going to contribute now. Like enough, like this will be year 3 in a row that Miami has decided, we'll just kick the can down the road and we'll pick a player that
I think that will.
That's not really true though, because I mean, the last 2 years they've traded away those high picks for guys that are contributing now. It's not like
but we also had to pay them massive contracts. I want guys who are going to be on cheap contracts that are going to contribute now. We're still like we're think about this. We're talking about somebody like Cooper DeJean, who would eventually become a corner or something along those lines. Right? We already drafted Cam Smith, and we're still waiting to see what he does. We're not assuming that he's a bust just because Mr. Curmudgeon Vic Fangio, who only likes people who have been in the years 10 years or more, decided that, you know what, I don't like you very much.
I think with DeJean, or however you say his name, he plays a lot this year because if you look at Baltimore's snap counts, at least 6 defensive backs would have been top 10 in snap counts for them. The only reason that 2 of them didn't was because they missed games. The guy from Alabama, I can't think of his name, Marlon Humphrey, and it was a safety. He was the guy in the Minnesota Miracle that missed the tackle. Whatever.
Marcus Williams.
Yes, they both played 10 and 11 games, somewhere between the 2 of them. They, based on per game usage, they would have been top 10 in snaps. So they would have had 6 defensive backs top 10 in snaps. You're going to see a lot of defensive backs on the field. So if you have DeJean, he's a guy that's going to play a lot of snaps. He may not quote unquote snort, but he's going to play a lot of snaps. The problem with a guy like Mims is I think he's too big to play guard. He's 6'8", got long arms. I don't think that's a fit. They might try him there. But if you play him there, you already got, I mean, he's OT4 starting out. He's got to beat Kendall Lamb, which I don't know if that he would. He might. And then he's not starting over Jackson or Armstead. So he just would not. There was a guy in a Marina jersey. You would just not get a lot of use for him, I think, in year 1. So if he's the pick, I understand it, but it's going to be a slow on ramp for him to get going. This is the pick that worries me.
You're concerned they're going to
Who
take
would
Fatanu?
who would
Yes.
Oh, they could go. Oh well, yeah. I mean, they're in the area,
And
I see a lot
and
of-
I think every mock that I've seen has him because it said not only is he a guy from the same area, his coach, his offensive line coach or offensive coordinator, whatever, coaches for Seattle now. So
Mm. Yeah, but I with Dallas Turner still on the board, it's gonna throw some wrenches in here.
okay, and now that I'm looking at the Cincinnati, since their name's on the board, Trey Hendrickson asked for a trade. Would you make that move?
Yeah. So Cincinnati might be interested in an edge rusher too.
I mean, that's assuming they don't tell Henderson to just kick rocks and say deal with it, because that's really what they're doing with T. Higgins.
But if a team comes up and says we'll give you a high second round pick for him,
I promise you, the Bengals in the position that they're in right now do not want to go into camp with T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson both having these contract issues looming over them. They want to get it resolved one way or the other.
yeah.
I don't know. The Bengals might be looking to impose their will, as it were. It's like, Joe? They're gonna have Joe Burrow come talk to T and be like, "Listen, man, I get you. I understand.
Okay.
Don't
Jacksonville has 5 minutes left on the clock. That's how slow this is. Oh, we're making the pick from South Korea.
Oh, okay.
wow.
So the Seahawks are not just now picking, but you're saying the Jaguars are still already on the clock.
The
5
Jaguars
minutes
are halfway through the clock.
So-
yeah.
So this pick is being made on April 26th.
Nice.
Is it already? Oh, for in Korea,
yeah.
South Korea.
Yeah.
The timeline and all that.
Oh my God! Make the pick.
Come on, do it. Did I just see what I thought I just saw?
I don't know what you saw, so don't tell me yet if it's gonna be a spoiler.
The clock in the building they just flashed over had Minnesota on the clock. Just curious.
I still see Jacksonville listed as the next pick on ESPN, and ESPN is usually pretty good about swapping that early.
It was on the building there. I don't know. It
Oh,
could have been
okay,
anything.
okay.
All right. Oh,
Seattle takes Byron Murphy.
Byron Murphy. So
Byron Murphy.
yeah.
my son is a Seahawks fan, and I had just gone upstairs, and he just got home from baseball, and I told him the Seahawks were on the clock and asked him to. And surprisingly, this was who he predicted also.
Nice.
Is it who he
Oh,
wanted?
wow.
I think so. He just wasn't sure with them bringing back Leonard Williams if they would still go in this direction.
And now the slow tick for the Jaguar show starts up.
Yeah, the
Well,
Jaguars are showing 9.5 minutes still.
Yeah, whatever
Yeah.
happens, we're not
The
gonna
clock-
spoil
The clock
anything.
here it goes. I told you.
Oh, a trade.
The Vikings do trade up to 17. Wow.
Okay,
I
the
saw it.
Jacksonville traded
They-
with
they-
the Vikings.
They flashed it.
Okay.
They were doing the scene, the panoramic view across the building, and it said
What
Minnesota.
would
and the
Minnesota
clock ticking
want
down.
here?
Are they coming
So,
up for
edge
Dallas
rusher?
Turner?
Edge rusher.
What did they get?
I guess so.
What did
Because
the
they
Vikings-
know Pittsburgh's going to take one.
What did the Jaguars give up? Or rather, what did the Jaguars
I
get
don't know, but
from the Vikings?
They
I think
dropped
Turner
down
would be a good
from
fit in that
17
Brian Flores defense.
Yeah.
Jaguars
20,
acquired picks
or-
23 and 167.
Wow.
Or
So if
That's
Miami moves down, they're not getting a lot.
Goodness.
are the
wow.
Vikings coming up for Flores' new version of Christian Wilkins and going with Johnny Newton?
Possibly.
Maybe.
They got sniped for Byron Murphy. He looks like such a big dude. He's like my height.
There's no way the Vikings saw some of the
they
wide
can't
receiver
afford.
extensions being signed and said we need to get in on Brian Thomas Jr. here before we have to pay
No,
Justin
I mean
Jefferson, right?
they drafted Jordan Addison last year. They don't want another receiver.
So I think the
Well, I
cost
mean,
there
but
said that it was
is Justin Jefferson gonna be long for Minnesota? Well, probably.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't move away from a guy like that. He's like a top.
Yeah, no, you
receiver.
never like. Yeah.
I mean, what is it with the Vikings and these great receivers? They had Randy Moss, Chris Carter.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I mean, well, you got to think about it. If they're willing to trade up to get a guy, they know exactly who they want. So,
yeah.
And the pick
Hey, I'll take
is. Yep, called it. Good job, guys.
And
Yeah, it just
who is
made
it?
too much
Dallas Turner.
sense.
It's not. It didn't get announced, and I have it muted. Who was it?
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner. Okay.
Dallas Thomas.
Or is it Billy Turner?
Oh Lord, I don't. When Miami made the pick for Dallas Thomas, you know who went the 2 picks ahead of him? I will
Ahead of
never
him?
forget it. I'll never forget it because these are 2 players I wanted. There are 2 players that are still in the league, and one of them is on the Dolphins right now.
Oh,
Jalen Ramsey? No, who's the first rounder? What am I talking about?
Teron Armstead went 2 picks, and Keenan Allen
that's
went
right.
a pick right before Dallas Thomas.
wow.
The only reason Keenan Allen wasn't a first-round pick was because he ran like a 4.7 something 40, a slower dude.
Why
But
wasn't
he's-
Armstead a first rounder?
Well, he went to like
Bluff.
Tech,
It's a
Pine
small,
Bluff.
small school. Really small school.
So is this Brian Thomas?
I mean, not unless they're gonna dump T. Higgins. Oh well, no, they need to replace Tyler Boyd.
I mean, they're dumping T. Higgins is gone one way or the other.
Well, I mean,
No,
if
I
they're
don't think
considering moving on from Hendrickson, do they go with Jared Verse here?
Yeah, it's Thomas Verse or tackle, I think.
Now they did sign Trent Brown this offseason, and they already have Orlando Brown. Yep. So they've got tackles.
Man, could this be a surprise Graham Barton pick? I mean, you got Ted Karras at center and Cordell Volson at left guard.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of nasty.
We did the Ted Karras experiment.
We did the Ted Karras thing for a little while.
So what's it looking like for Miami? I'll legitimately say this. I'm very concerned all of a sudden that Miami might take something like a Jerzan Newton. Like if they take,
I think his knee, I think his foot injury, it's a Jones fracture, and those have a high recurrence rate of doing that again. I mean, I've seen stuff saying he's going to fall out of the first round altogether because of it.
Oh wow!
So medicals throw everything off. I mean, everybody last year was like, we got to get Darnell Washington. We got to get Darnell Washington. He fell all the way to the late 3rd round because of medicals. So I think that's what's holding him back. But right now, I mean, Jared Verse is on there, Troy Fatanu, any receiver we want. I mean, we're going to have choices.
Now, this is what I'm wondering here. Who is, like, let's say Miami still wants to trade down, right? Who is next on the list? I'll just go ahead and scroll down here. Who is left on this list that you could feel there might be a concern that Miami might pick them? Or alternatively, afraid another team ahead of them might end up picking them?
I would have to look down and see. Could you show the board further beyond the top 3 guys that are there?
I can scroll through them.
I'm gonna make it. I'll go ahead because I'm going to go to the restroom here in a second. I'll go ahead and give you mine while you're pulling that up. Dallas lost some interior offensive linemen this year, and they lost their starting center, Tyler Biadasz. So if they think they want Graham Barton bad enough, Miami might could drop down 3 or 4 spots, get a 4th, and they're going to come up for Barton.
I could see that.
if none of the defensive backs get taken, I could see I could see Jacksonville moving back up to 21 to jump Philly to get the best defensive back in the class if there are no corners taken between now and 21.
Well, it's funny because PFF says their top need right now is a guard. Now,
Who was
again,
that?
that's Pro Football Pro Football Focus says the Jaguars have the
Jaguars.
top need being a guard. Now, again, I understand it's Pro Football Focus. Everything is different.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I mean, they traded for Ezra Cleveland last year, and they have him listed at left guard, and then they've got Brandon Scherf at right guard. I mean, he's obviously
I don't know
too,
how much of a need guard really is for.
I don't know about that being an immediate need.
Like I said, Pro Football Focus, take it with a grain of salt. I would have stayed with PFN, but they won't let me force the trade. So,
yeah, the only, like I said, I guess the only scenario in which I really see a trade is if Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and Terrion Arnold are all three on the board, and somebody just wants their pick of the best defensive back available.
well, Cincinnati's picking. The pick is in, so let's see who it is.
Check out the chat. JRC said Vikings would be a Super Bowl contender with a vet quarterback. Maybe they trade for Kirk Cousins.
That would be a great move, wouldn't it?
Boy,
Like, hey, Atlanta, we changed our minds. Also, you just drafted Michael Penix. Can we, have our guy back, maybe?
Talk about a remake of the Draft Day movie.
By the way, for what it's worth, the Vikings Cousins had no idea they were going quarterback first round. Like, he's actually a little stunned, according to reports.
Oh, wow.
So, so apparently he's not thrilled with that move.
Who's not thrilled?
Cousins. With the Penix pick.
That's odd. He strikes me as a guy that would be okay with that.
I mean, let's put it this way. Now he's on the other end of that stick in a roundabout sort of way, because remember, back in the day, the formerly Washington Redskins picked RG3, and then the same year they immediately turned around and picked Kirk Cousins later down the line.
I'm surprised that Cousins isn't excited about it. It just means that he can play there for a year or two and then become a free agent again, and just continue his mercenary ways of collecting those paychecks. Yeah.
I don't think he wants to do that. I think he wants to settle down.
I mean, I think it's very clear he's not expecting to play more than maybe 3 more years, 3 or 4.
He's not like the same all-stars who are desperately clinging on to past glory, Aaron Rodgers. Friggin' Tom Brady considering coming out of retirement at 47 years old. Go forget you, dude.
He's just so dramatic.
Like I don't care how good you are. At some point,
you know what? Maybe he's just really scared of the broadcast booth. Maybe he's just terrified, and he's like, you know what? I gotta hop back into the NFL just to avoid this gig.
Or he has nothing better to do with his time since him and Giselle are on the outs.
That's a possibility too.
All that money, all that place to be, and no one to share it with. Because,
am I the only person that believes that Bill Belichick will be a better analyst than Tom Brady?
I'm looking forward to Bill Belichick as an analyst. Like, he's kind of got a strange sense of humor, but he's got some good one-liners for sure.
And we're welcoming Ethan Skolnick back. How was the Heat stuff?
Oh my God, a lot of it, and the Panthers stuff. Panthers are up 3-0.
There you go.
Look at that.
Panthers might win the Stanley Cup.
They might. It's gonna have parade down Sawgrass Mills.
Okay, so I'm gonna duck out because I already know the pick. He got tipped to me, so I'm not.
Okay, yeah, shush, silencio, Duke.
Wait, he knows the pick.
I saw it online. Sorry.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
They're
I don't know if NFL Network reached out to you directly, but all right.
ESPN's announcing it now. And it is, in fact, Amarius Mims. Okay, there you go.
All right. Thoughts?
I mean, he's the one
And
with the
if they-
highest.
And that
potential.
works for them because they have tackles that
Right.
can play now, and then you can move on from
Yep.
them in a couple of years. Now, he's
Wow.
a giant
I mean,
human being. Good Lord.
What's his injury history? That's always what I ask about a Greer pick.
I mean, he's
Well,
only
the
played
Mariners
8 games
moved
because of
everything.
injuries.
Okay. I mean, I thought that's usually a prerequisite with Chris. As many his injury
he-
history.
he-
Let's go through it. So I'm looking. So what is this coming from? I'm sorry, Lewis. Where are you reading this from?
All this
We got,
all this breakdown is from Pro Football Focus. I had to switch simulators because PFN wouldn't let me force trades. PFN literally rejected every time, no matter which angle I took it from. The actual trade that happened between the Jets and the Vikings would not go through on the simulator, so I had to change it.
Oh, is that right? Did the Falcons take a quarterback go through on the simulator or no?
No, I'm controlling all the teams so that I can just track everything. But
I understand it. I understand it. So the thought process here, if you can roll back to that on Pro Football Focus, I was just curious. I was reading that as we go here to get a little bit more background.
So you want to see the previous picks?
Yeah, go to the previous. Just to the Mims pick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to read the analysis that they gave?
Yeah, I was just curious.
So.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
He's a beast of a human being. Like it looks like he was created in a lab. But
what are you guys' general thoughts about the draft so far? I'm just curious because again, I've been dealing with Panthers and Heat stuff all night. Eric, your thoughts? Any big take? Well, either Eric with Dickie.
Yeah.
I got to start calling my last names again.
This is great for the Dolphins to this point. They're gonna have their pick of the litter on the defensive side of the ball, and it looks like at the same time Fatanu or Worthy or any of their offensive targets are going to be there. So they're sitting really pretty right now. I'm loving where they're at.
Would
I
you
agree.
consider?
I think the draft.
Go ahead, Eric. Yep. No, I would say, would you consider? So at this point, you wouldn't see a need. Would you see the need to move down, the ability to move down? I mean, if you're going to end up with a pick of the litter, then if you've got 3 or 4 guys you like, then technically you probably could bump down and try to pick up another asset. Would that interest you here?
Yeah, I think that there's certainly a chance of that. I think there's a chance, especially if you look at a board at 21 where no defensive backs have been taken to that point, and somebody wants their pick of the best corner in the draft or the best defensive back in the class. I think, there's absolutely a chance somebody jumps Philadelphia for that, or gets into Miami's spot for that.
I mean, that's the only way these things work, right? Miami can't force a trade down. Then they have to get they got to get draft capital. They would have to.
Yeah.
So the idea now is that somebody has to want to jump Pittsburgh.
Right. Well, is the run on quarterbacks over? I guess
there's no quarterbacks left to pick. I mean,
nobody left.
6 of them in the top 12.
I feel like we do this every year too. Like I always say this. Like in February, it's like, well, there's only like 2 or 3 quarterbacks really to look at, and then it gets to draft night, and every GM like that is not sure about their quarterback. If they don't, they absolutely reach to jump up and take one, and they're all gone quickly. And then somebody who ends up being the last pick of the draft ends up taking you back to the Super Bowl. By the way, I did not do an anti-Bam pod. The pod is called In Appreciation of Bam. So I don't want to get any more heat on that. Thank you. What were you guys' thoughts on the quarterback pick specifically? Since I wasn't here for any of that. I mean, other than obviously Caleb, which we knew was going to be the case. Are we concerned about the Patriots now?
Not really.
I had Ethan. I had actually asked our favorite Dolphins panel here that same question. They're like, nah. So,
when did you get back?
Right now, actually. By the way, Ethan, I will.
Only a bunch of Heat people are in the chat. That's weird. That's funny.
Yeah.
I know.
I will say this though: if you're a Falcons fan, right? So you paid Kirk Cousins 4 years, $100 million. I understand the injury, but yeah, you go ahead and you pick a quarterback who's also injury prone. I really want to know the thought process with that.
You're looking at a Rodgers Favre situation, aren't you? Kind of like, I mean, when Rodgers, that was the whole deal. People forget that, like, they were close to giving up on Rodgers, like, because he hadn't played his first 3 years. Like, there was like a bleep or get off the pot moment with him because they had to decide on an extension. So they may be in the same position here.
I remember the 2008 draft. They were talking about the Packers drafted Brian Brom. And Brian Brom is here to replace Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
And then that's when the whole Favre trade happened and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then Rodgers got the start. And everybody's like, oh, well, we get it now. But, yeah, they thought Brian Brom was going to replace him.
Well, and also, Duke, I mean, Jordan Love, like, was getting close to the end here where it didn't look like he was ever going to get an opportunity, right? So, yeah, it's always tricky with quarterbacks. It's like you don't want to wait too long to take one. And then people say, well, you're not providing any competition. We hear that here, right? We heard that with Tannehill for how many? For 7 years, right?
For the Rams, and it's Jared Verse. Okay.
Somebody had him as a long shot
Thanks,
pick here.
Lewis.
Was it? Oh, no, that was Dono's. That was Dono's pick.
I'm watching the ESPN.
Bro, I can't even watch Roger Goodell get to the podium before you see a pick.
I'm on NFL.
Our chat spoiling the picks.
I ended up on.
Yeah.
By the way, thank you to all close 2,200 people viewing this. We really appreciate you for that.
Oh, we have that many.
The numbers been steadily going up all this time.
I mean,
that's very good.
Are almost up.
Most of it's coming. I just retweeted it. Yeah, well, that's good. I just retweeted it after the Panther game ended. So hopefully that'll pop it up. Our guy Welsh here is with us on a lot of Heat coverage as well. Well, okay. So give me your. We just lose Eric Smith. I was just about to ask him. Give me. He's down there. All right, Lewis. Give me your top 3 picks for the selection here.
Worthy, Fatano, and are you talking about Pittsburgh or Miami? Yeah, I hope Miami.
Miami.
Fatanu, Worthy, Graham Barton. Those are my 3, but like only one of those things is not like the other. But that's kind of where I'm starting to lean here because there's a lot of really good, like all these offensive linemen, like Graham Barton's still there, Troy Fatano's still there. And I get it. There's a lot of people in the chat are like, they better as hell go get Troy Fatano. It's kind of interesting because some simulators, and I understand it's just a simulator, like many people are saying Troy Fatanu is listed as a guard. Like he's literally listed on the simulator as a guard. Some people have him listed as a tackle. So if the mindset is that Troy Fatanu is going to play guard, do you keep him at guard if he turns out to be elite, or are you going to force him into left? Again, this is the same argument I was having with Eric a couple weeks ago when we were talking about what's the best move for Miami to make. Troy Fatanu, if like I feel like Miami has more pieces available at the tackle position that they could potentially build into starters than they do interior. And I do not believe for 1 second that if Miami drafts Troy Fatano, that he's going to be okay with the concept of remaining at guard and competing to see who's the better left tackle, or at the very least, if you want your best combination of 5, then you are definitely better off. Like, let's say you have Keon Smith still there. I would rather have Keon Smith at left tackle and Fatano at left guard than Troy Fatano at left tackle, and then who exactly at left guard? Because at least I know, at least I'm speculating based on what I've already seen from him. I have a good sneaking suspicion that Keon Smith can play. But Fatanu is going to come in and be like, I'm not playing left guard for you guys. This was a placeholder because Teron Armstead was there.
Right.
And that's my thing about it.
Well, why did I miss something here? And again, I probably should have followed this a little more closely or consulted with the 3 yards guys on this. But wasn't Jackson Powers Johnson, like, wasn't there a lot of buzz around him at one point for Miami? Like, wasn't he mocked to them a lot? Like, what's happened there? Just no interest in the position? Or Eric Smith, your thoughts on him? Because I haven't heard that a lot lately, but I did a lot early.
Yeah, so I think that he was the classic example of a guy who gets hyped up in the media and the social media spaces leading up to the draft, and then as we get to the draft, he kind of slots in where his true value is. We've talked about the value of elite positions, and where teams value that. And he's a really good center, right? But he's not, a all-pro type center right now. So I think that when you look at the position valuation of a center, and some teams I think have them on their boards as a guard because he's got some of the same snap issues that we've been dealing with Connor Williams.
Right.
So some teams may have him as a guard that can play center instead of a center that can play guard. So when you look at guards, they're even more devalued than centers by a lot of teams.
That's true. And we've talked about how the Dolphins have only taken one guard in the first round in their history. How close are we to the pick here? The Steelers pick is in. Okay.
That means Miami's next. So that now becomes the question: does somebody want to jump Philly or to try to get a pick? Because again, I am still heavily, especially with how the board has fallen. If you can get your pick of Fatanu, you can get Barton, you can get Xavier Worthy, and it's very likely that at least one of those guys is there. If you can trade down and get a third or a fourth out of some of these other teams, do it. We need more picks. This is too loaded of a draft to go pick 1 and 2 and then wait 3 whole rounds for talent to fall off before Miami picks again.
I think Duke's with me here that if Fatanu's there, if Pittsburgh doesn't take Fatanu, that we should be running up.
Am I allowed to spoil it or no?
No.
No. Eagles fans not allowed to spoil it.
No, I mean, listen, we're right behind you, so I might as well say it. Right?
You can spoil the Panthers' end result today. We know what that was. 5-3.
Listen, the Florida Panthers are up 3-0 now in the series against Tampa Bay.
Thank you. You can spoil it. You can spoil that. You can spoil that. Trust me, we're going to be riding that all the way to the Cup Finals if the Heat are out in about a week. So I appreciate the update on that. Welsh is asking, do the Jags try and jump Philly to get their cornerback of choice?
I mean, there really hasn't been a run on corners to begin with, so they could probably.
There's not many that are top 3, top 5 right now. So, to me, listen, if I'm Howie, it wouldn't shock me if he trades back right now. Because the only top positions right now is wide receiver. We don't need a wide receiver, right? Mm-hmm. So, what do?
No, you just paid your wide receiver. A receiver is a gazillion dollars. So.
Wide receiver,
yeah, both of them. Yep, both of them. So, when do we think? As we wait on this, when do we think the Tua extension's happening? What would be your predictions? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
First day of camp, Tua arrives with a new extension, right? A day or two before. And then they hold they have his availability a day before camp opens to get it out of the way. That feels to me like a Dolphins move. Right?
And as far as the Wall extension, like Greer already made the point to say that the 50-year options are being exercised. So I'm going to go out and here. I'm going to say neither of them get extended this year. They're going to wait.
I think so too. I don't.
Big
question is when does Omar hold his press conference for returning to newspaper world?
Don't.
Wow.
Anyway,
by the way, Kirk Cousins received a phone call right before Penix was picked. Close source was not happy at all.
I mean, I wouldn't think he would be, right? Like that's. I mean, he's getting his money either way. Kirk Cousins is going to make more money for a quarterback for never getting to. He's never been to a championship game, right?
No.
I think he's been to a divisional. That's about it.
I mean, there are a lot of quarterbacks who don't get that far.
I understand, but it's kind of like, I mean, you talk about just accumulating. He's like, for those who are NBA fans, he's kind of like the Joe Johnson of the NFL. It's just like, get to like the, second round, like just not, at best, not advance very far and just make hundreds of millions of dollars for that. It's a good gig if you can get it. I mean, what are the expectation levels going to be for in Atlanta?
You probably just
paid $100 million for a quarterback. You better win. Like, come on.
The pick
it's not a very good. It's not a very good division. So all right, so we're waiting on the pick. Yeah,
but you have offensive weapons and Robinson.
I know.
I want to say Kyle Pitts, but who even knows at this point?
Who knows? I don't know. The way that coach misused him. Yeah, right. I know.
So you got to win, and it's a weak division.
Right.
Anytime now.
Anytime they're taking their sweet time. This
Are they
could
doing
mean a
a
trade
man
back.
of the year speech?
By
This
the
could
way,
mean a trade back.
No.
nobody go on Jordan Schultz's Twitter. The man is killing the picks right now, bro. What a douche.
I mean,
I saw
why he
Shad
got
took the
fired.
preempt. Shad was criticizing people who do that.
Or Patanu to the
I
Steelers.
agree.
Trade down.
Okay.
Trade down. I'm done. Trade down.
I'm here. Trade down or Brian Thomas Jr. Let's do it.
I mean, this is your dream scenario, right, Eric? You wanted Brian Thomas.
Yes.
Should the Dolphins trade down? I'm going to throw this up.
Yes, absolutely. They should trade.
Yeah,
down.
they should. They should.
But,
I would.
Well, I don't like. What's the? Here's the question though. By the way, ESPN has Fatano listed as a guard altogether. So there you go.
They have tackle listed on the board, so that's how they're playing him as a tackle.
Come on, Greer. You're a tradeaholic anyway. Get some more picks out of here.
But how far are you going to go down?
I don't care. Get something out of this.
He's already got like 15 compensatory picks.
The
next
one
year.
thing going against this though is we just saw Jacksonville get like 167 for trading down 6 picks, and they were 17. Like,
okay, I'll
what are
take
you
167.
really?
I'll get something, something, Eric.
I'm leaving here with something.
Come on,
I mean, I
guys.
guess.
What happens if they get somebody like? What if they do Austin Jackson 2.0 and they end up like picking up somebody like a Tyler Guyton?
No.
But here's where Lewis may end up being right. This is where McDaniel goes to Greer and says, "Come on, just give me the fast guy. That's it. You don't have anything to trade down for."
Xavier Worthy, if you don't want to pay Waddle,
right? We'll figure out how to coach up some offensive linemen. Well, it's all right. Just come on.
Like I said, already.
I'm going to throw it 85 times anyway. So just come on. So give me the fast guy.
I mean, with all snark aside, Miami re-signed Isaiah Wynn. They already thought he was good enough to be the starter last year. The pick is in. Miami's not trading anything.
Okay.
So they already drafted Isaiah Wynn. Or excuse me, they signed Isaiah Wynn. They're going to commercial.
There they are, commercial.
They went to commercial.
It's the Miami Dolphins pick. Of course,
I made money.
Way to call it, Duke.
I made money on that bet.
Duke, yeah, good for you. You made money on them going to commercial.
Every year when Miami goes to make their pick, they go to commercial. So
that is so funny. This happens to every Miami team. Every Miami team.
So for what it's worth,
I know
PFF has the best prospects as these guys. 3 corners.
I know who the pick's going to be. So I don't know, but I know who it's going to be.
What does that mean? I don't know. No, this is not the same anticipation we had in 2020. I will say that. Remember that, Lewis? You were on for that one.
Yeah,
we were rotating like 15 people in.
It's a weird feeling. Part of me is dreading it, and the other part is excited. It just depends on who it is.
But that's the thing. There really isn't. I maybe for you, sure, but for me, I think the worst reaction I'm having to a pick is being like semi-lukewarm on it. I don't think there's anything. Yeah. Well, I don't want to say what I'm about to say because they're the Dolphins, and that's been the story of the last 23 years. But there's not much here that would disappoint me.
But Eric, Dolphin fans are wrong a lot, though. Like I was at the facility when Cam Cameron was trying to turn the thumbs this way because people were chanting about Brady Quinn, and the reality is Brady Quinn sucked as a pro. So I mean, sometimes they're wrong. One of the most important draft picks in Dolphin history. I remember I was driving around town just listening on QAM, and they took this linebacker from Texas Tech in the 5th round. I mean, it's just like. And I remember Mandich saying, he looks like he could play. And that was it. And, riding around with your windows down. And that was it. And then, guy ends up turning out to be a Hall of Famer. So it's a lot of the guys they've hyped the most have not panned out the most, for sure. I mean, it can't be a Noah Igbenebony or whatever it is, right? It's not going to be that bad.
And it's not Ted Ginn, and it's not Ted Ginn and his family, so it's not gonna be.
And Ted Ginn wasn't so bad, actually. Like, he was.
Listen, he did more damage as a Panther and as a Saint than everybody else.
No, right? I agree. Look, I nicknamed him desperately seeking sideline.
Ethan,
But,
besides
like,
the Monday
yeah.
night game against the Jets,
I
and
remember the
other
Monday night game.
kickoffs against the Jets.
Yep.
What else did he do? Like,
Now, Ted Ginn was traded to the 49ers. If I'm not mistaken, the pick that was used that they acquired was for Nolan Carroll.
100% right.
wow.
He was on
Yes.
the fish tank, and he remembers that.
Yes, that's true. That is accurate.
Like, I can't remember half of what I did yesterday, but I can remember junk like that.
So this comes in
Same
from
here.
Simon Clans. Tyler Guyton is available or no?
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
he
because
is.
Simon tweeted Miami sent Butch Berry to Oklahoma to see Tyler Guyton. Then they had him on a 30 visit. Part of me thinks they're taking him at 21.
Uh-oh. We're getting into picks being spoiled.
Oh,
here.
Big E spoiled it? Of all
I mean,
people?
I mean,
He is the
everybody's
voice of the
spoiling it, I'm
fans.
sure. That's why I'm not looking at Twitter.
Yeah, I'm
Let me
actively
check-
avoiding
let me
right
check.
now.
I gotta be careful. I don't even. Oh man.
Duke disappeared. I wonder if you read it and he's
My
like,
man.
That's one of his
Yeah,
links to this.
He definitely read it.
My man,
Should I say it or no?
No,
no.
No.
Okay. I just gave it away.
I mean,
You
you
just
didn't say
gave-
anything. I don't have a name.
Listen, I will tell you who just gave it away. If you follow the damn Dolphins on Bleacher Report, they just freaking gave
I
me
know
a
you just said
notification.
Jordan Schultz.
They just gave me a notification of what it is. I'm like, oh, thanks.
Oh,
Did I
Ethan,
spoil it with a tweet?
Ethan, you tweeted it.
No, I haven't tweeted anything. Literally, Husam's running the
Yes.
account right now.
Somebody
Well, then
somebody
Tom
tweeted
tweeted it.
something.
Oh, no,
that I just got a notification for.
It would not surprise me if Husam. Oh, look at that.
What is this?
Yep.
Notable defensive departures. They picked a defensive player, didn't they?
No. Husam spoiled it. Blame Husam. Yeah, he's got it. You want anyone want to see? That's
No, I'm still avoiding it.
Well, I already saw it.
Listen, everybody and the dog and the cat.
Okay,
and the
well, for
fish
what
is
it's
already
worth,
picked.
everybody
Oh,
sounds
man.
disappointed. So,
Not everybody.
You know, if the comparisons are real, then sure, fine, great. Actually,
Yeah, Husam already had the video ready. So
Chop
there you go.
Robinson.
Jesus Christ.
There you go. There you go.
Chop
All right,
Robinson.
thoughts on this? Let's go. People are already tweeting Charles Harris. By the way, Charles Harris turned out all right, just not in Miami.
all right, not great.
All right. I mean, well, better
That's
than
not
the
a
guy.
first-round
Better
pick, bro.
than the guy that Ireland traded up for, Deion Jordan or whatever it was, right?
Right. So Miami's first
Miami's
round.
history with edge rushers, the first round. Well, they got a good one in the third round in 1997. I guess we could speak to that, right?
You mean to tell me that Jared Odrick wasn't that good? No,
He was
Aaron
okay.
Odrick was more a better tackle than he was a pass rusher.
he was.
He was. That's true. That's true. That's true. All right. So thoughts on this overall, Eric Smith? What do you think?
Do not like that. I was thinking earlier today who would be my, Charles Harris pick, and Chop Robinson is the name that just kept coming back to me. I think that he's a project. He has one of the best first steps in the draft, but that's about all that he has right now. I think he's got a long way to go, and I don't know how much he contributes outside of a situational pass rusher for a few years.
Christopher Mitz on the chat is saying
I'm
that
about
CK
to
is
make
happy
you
about it.
famous. By the way, hold on.
Exactly
So there
who
you
is
go.
he?
Lewis, thoughts?
I mean, I wanted Xavier Worthy. I want an interior offensive line. That means that now Miami, again, my initial goal was to trade down. Like, Manny, was Philly a threat to pick Chop Robinson?
No, they were looking at cornerback and offensive line.
So who on this list ahead of Miami was thinking they just had to have an edge rusher? That's my thought process.
Which means I feel like
but
Greer
they-
could have
they
gone
don't-
back a couple picks at least, but who knows?
But nobody wanted to come up.
That's the thing. You gotta have a partner. I mean, you just don't. I mean, right? We don't really know.
No, I get that, but that's why I'm saying is like, once again, this is where my struggle comes with how is he going to produce now? Like this is the same nonsense that I have gotten frustrated with Chris Greer with over the past couple of seasons. If you are picking a guy with the intent of basically making it that 2 or 3 years from now, he's going to be really good. That you want players who are going to play now, especially on a roster that is filled with talent that you are trying to make a Super Bowl run with. Now you have your first round pick who is going to what? Come off the bench every once in a blue moon to spell Shaq Barrett and Jalen Phillips, and then Bradley Chubb when he gets healthy?
So remember when Mike McDaniel was talking to the media and he said something to the effect of, if I could have Chris draft an edge rusher every year in the first round, I would.
There were other edge rushers that could have gotten later.
I understand that, but when you're looking at a position like it, number one, it is absolutely a position that you can squeeze more out of with less in terms of snap count. Because you don't need the absolutely. What do you say? No, you can absolutely do that.
I'm
absolutely get a lot of usage from guys that play.
Like this is like the Brady Bunch right now. Yeah. But here's my only question about it. If you're taking if what Eric Smith here is saying is right, that he's a project, right? CK said he's
Cam Wake.
CK said he's no. He's saying CK is saying he's Cam Wake. That's different.
Yeah, you know who Alf says is Cam Wake? Mo Kamara. So everybody's Cam Wake until
Alf is still waiting for Kalen Ballage to give him 1,000 yards, but I give him a hard time about that all the time. But here's my only thing. If your issue is that you don't have enough edge rushers because you don't really know how effective or when Chubb and Jalen are going to be back, then it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to take a project. Like if you're doing this because it's a currently a need position because of injuries, then it would seem to me that you take someone who's a little bit more polished, right? Again, I'm not speaking. I'm just speaking to what you're saying about the player. I don't know the player, but I'm just saying like that. It would seem to me just philosophically, you would take someone who could step in and play right away. And I guess what we're saying is that's unlikely here. So if that's the case, and when they've taken project guys, I mean, Deion Jordan wasn't considered a project, but it was mostly about sort of his athleticism, his long-term upside, and it took him about 8 years to become an effective player somewhere.
Deion Jordan? Are you talking about Charles Harris?
No, both. Well, the Harris has become effective. Deion Jordan had a couple.
Jordan was never.
Did he sign with Seattle? He ended up. He
was. Yeah,
he was okay.
He was a backup at best in Seattle.
Harris actually developed into a pretty good player after he left. But yes, I just that would be my only question is, I understand taking edge rushers. Like I say, it's a premium position. But it's kind of like they're taking him for like when their two current edge rushers aren't there anymore. Instead of they're not there right now.
Jalen Phillips is going to.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Go ahead, Duke.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about Jalen. Here's the thing about Jalen Phillips. It was Black Friday. He tears his Achilles. I don't care how great of an athlete he is. I don't care how great of a recovery he is. He's going to come back slow. He's not going to be in 100% Jalen Phillips. Bradley Chubb tore his ACL and whatever else, second to last game of the season. He's not going to be ready. These guys are not going to be 100% ready. I don't care what Jalen Phillips says. He's not going to be ready to be on the field and a dominant type player. They're going to ease him back. Remember, they had guys like Robert Hunt last year who Connor Williams dressed for the games and did not play. So they're going to take their time with these guys. So Chop Robinson is going to play initially. You know who the edge guys are right now? The healthy edge guys right now for the Dolphins. I can go ahead and tell them to you. Chop Robinson, Shaq Barrett, Zeke Vandenberg, who was on IR all last year, undrafted free agent, and Quentin Bell. That's it. Cam Good tore his leg up the final game of the season. These guys are not 100% healthy. Now, if they come back and beat all the odds, that's great. What that does is he's going to contribute as a third down specialist. He's going to be on the field where he can just get after the passer. They're going to have to work on him in other areas. That's fine because that allows you to work on him while he's getting reps. So this guy's not going to be like, oh, he's going to sit the bench like Cam Smith and not get any playing time. Now, that's not. I gave the grade grade for this pick like a C-. That's not the player I wanted. I would have picked something else. But I see the vision for it, and he's got explosiveness, so you can use that. And again, these guys that we're expecting to be the starters are not going to be there 100% week 1. They're not going to be there 100% week 5. You might get Jalen Phillips back, and Shaq Barrett's an older player too. You got to remember he's best as a guy coming off the bench who can give you some reps like that. So,
but then, Duke, aren't you kind of making the point we're making then? Because it becomes, who's rushing the passer for them the first 6 weeks of the season? I guess that would be my question. Shaq Barrett, basically.
Shaq Barrett's going to be there, and Chop Robinson is going to be the other guy, and you're going to take your lumps with that. And then when Jalen Phillips is ready to go, why does the league keep letting the Eagles do this stuff? But anyways,
so what did the Eagles just take? I'm sorry, Manny. Who they just take? I don't want to interrupt you, dude.
He's viewed by many as the top corner in the draft.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
they got yeah.
The Eagles always get who they want, and then they can do no wrong, really, at this point. But
So I mean, it's going to be right now. If I had to guess, your starting edge rushers week 1, Chop Robinson and Shaq Barrett, and if Jalen Phillips is healthy, he comes off the bench as a reserve.
Okay, but even then, Duke, injury. But Duke, again, this is my problem with it. Even if you're talking about the first 6 weeks of the season, eventually Phillips is going to be back. And so will Chubb. And at that point, what happens to Chop Robinson? He's just there. He's Andrew Van Ginkel. We just used a first-round pick on Andrew Van Ginkel. I don't.
He can still rush off the edge, though.
Who were the edge rushers in the playoff game?
I don't like 3 guys that I don't even remember.
There you go. Again, there you go.
But Duke, you don't use your first-round pick on a reserve.
They'll bring Ingram back again for like the 4th straight year, basically.
So this guy, you're not talking about necessarily a reserve. It's a rotational position. I would have said the same thing with a guy like Zerhan Newton. Whoever they drafted, whether it was Murphy, Newton, whoever the defensive tackle was, they're not getting 800, 900 snaps like Christian Wilkins was. That wasn't going to happen in this defense. So you've got a guy that's going to play early, whether he's good or not, he's going to get the playing time. And then you work him in that rotation and he will get his snaps. You're talking about a guy right now who's going to get 500 to 600 snaps as a rookie, even as a raw rookie. And then you've got the option, well, this guy turned out to be good. We're going to move on from Bradley Chubb in 2025. Let's get out of that contract.
Just restructured him. You can't move off from him.
Yeah, you can.
You can.
It was
do it all the time.
It was not, yeah. So, again, it's not the player I would have picked, but I get the vision for it. So, I would give
let me. You said a C+. Let me just give you, because we mentioned CK, Simon Clancy at 3 yards per carry. Just tweeted, I didn't love Chop Robinson's tape, and his production is pretty average, 11.5 career sacks given his quickness, but he's absolutely explosive and incredibly twitchy. He'll be a sub-package agent of chaos for the Dolphins off the edge. So, yeah, but again, he's going to be a sub-package agent of chaos once the 2 starters are back. That's the thing. And what he's going to look like when he's lining up at the beginning.
And I think that even after the other guys get back, you can still have them all on the field together. You can slide Phillips or Chubb inside and be able to have Chop rushing off the edge. My concern with this pick, I like an edge. I had an edge in my mock draft. It was Latu who wasn't available. So I see the vision there of somebody that can play now until the guys are healthy. My question is, he's a sub-package rusher now. How do you get to third down? How do you get to third down when you can take advantage of his strengths when it's somebody who has a long way to go against the run?
Right.
But
that sounds reasonable.
Right now on Andrew Van Ginkel. That's why I was frustrated. That's what he is right now. And by the way, for the record, I want to make this known because you're talking about how we can easily get off of this. I want to make it known officially that the only way you can move off of Bradley Chubb is if, and this is an if, you have to do post June 1st cut for him. And that would make it hurt a lot less. Anything before that, you're basically getting rid of you're going to basically take on his whole dead cap next season. If you have to wait until post June 1st, he has to be your cut. Like no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah, but post June 1st cuts are not abnormal in the NFL these days.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I mean, we're over here counting Xavier Howard's dollar. We were over here counting Xavier Howard's dollars in March.
That's fine, but again, Bradley Chubb has already he's not somebody who he's already getting older and he's falling off. That's not how it is with him. So
no.
But that's
in the case that you do find out, okay, Chop Robinson, if he does hit, if he is, that second big time edge rusher next to Jalen Phillips,
right? But you're basically basing it off of an if. You're making a first round pick based on an if. Like if he beats out,
clearly at that position, they think he's going to be an impact player at a high caliber position. You make all first round picks on an if, really, because there are no guarantees here.
And if you look at it, also, I mean, Andrew Van Ginkel is not good against the run. So if they re-sign Andrew Van Ginkel, he was not a great run defender.
Right.
Not at his size. Jalen Phillips, when he came into the league, needed to work on run defense. I remember that his first year. They're like, well, he's good at rushing the passer. He's got to work on his run defense. So they will work on some things.
Jaguars took Brian Thomas.
The only thing that I'm worried about here, to be honest, is if Buffalo or Kansas City takes Xavier Worthy, you're going to have to defend him.
Buffalo, 1,000%. They're taking Xavier Worthy at this point. 100%.
Again, I mean, I'm not necessarily a fan of the player at that pick, but I see the vision, so I will roll with it. There's probably about 3 or 4 other players I would have preferred, but I'm on the couch and they're not. So,
Duke, did you go to school to become an NFL executive though?
Well, no, but I
mean then it wasn't your goal to begin with. You probably could. If you really put yourself to it, you could have become GM.
I mean, from everything that I've heard, that is a position that it's not what you know, it's who you know. So.
Oh yeah, no, that's for sure.
Okay, so what are Chop Robinson's connections to the Dolphins?
What? Like, no, I'm talking about to be a GM. Like, I could go to school, get a degree in it, get a doctorate in it, and you have to know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody to get in a position like that. I mean, that's how guys like Tannenbaum get picked twice. It's not because they're good at it; it's because they know people.
Well, then he got on TV after that. By the way, speaking of guys going to break through here. I think Husam's going to try to ask some questions on the Zoom tonight. We'll see how that goes. But he's going to be on there, so he'll be able to tweet out some stuff from the 5 Reasons account. The thing I keep seeing in here is all the Charles. I mean, I think Dolphin fans are just freaked out by the word project, because that reminds them of Charles Harris. It reminds them of Noah. Who's the last project player that they picked in the first 3 rounds who really panned out?
Channing Tindall. Well, you
yeah,
said
Channing
panned out. He
said 3, right?
That actually panned out. Austin Jackson.
Yeah, it's fair.
I mean, he was
4 years.
We talked about
but I'd rather not wait 3 years. Yeah.
Well, you got to give him a pass for his 3rd year because he missed all of it. So
that's true.
This was essentially his 3rd year. So the difference I would say with Charles Harris and Chop Robinson, what you are not getting with Chop Robinson what you are getting with Chop Robinson that you did not get with Charles Harris was athleticism. Charles Harris tested poorly. Like, I was a fan of his before the combine, and then I saw the combine numbers and I was like, I don't like that. You don't get that with Chop Robinson. Chop Robinson is a great athlete. So he's got some of those things that you can't really teach. So that's what you're building on. I mean, Charles Harris didn't have that. So,
but I think do the Dolphins need a great athlete at this point, though? That's the thing. You lost Van Ginkel, right? So you went ahead and you got a guy that, according to most and according to one of our own guys who we trust a lot, is going to be in a substitute package. I mean, this guy was picked in the first round, right? So you'd want him to create some type of impact. Now, what would that impact be? That's where this new defensive coordinator is not going to have to figure out where does he fit. And apparently, I would have to believe that he would sign off on a pick like this, right? There's no way
that's an interesting point. I
Do
mean,
we know that, Manny? Do we know that though? Because I remember last season when Chris Greer made a pick for a defensive player, and then we have literally Mike McDaniel just looking at his phone, like not even giving eye contact, not even caring that the pick was made.
I would
he was grouchy, but he didn't get what he wanted.
I would hope so then. Like, I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, it's hard for me to believe, I guess, in a professional organization of sports in this country will say with a new guy who's coaching that side of the ball, okay, here's who we picking. Do you sign off on it? If they don't even ask him, then I mean that's a totally different thing.
Because also note that they didn't cut to the Dolphins' war room after the pick was made.
Well,
maybe they didn't want to see McDaniel throwing a fit because he's like, "Where is my guy, man?"
Okay.
Well, I think that was a smokescreen. I really do. Can I read one more thing here before I appreciate you guys holding this. I just want to read CK's thread on this because I do think it's interesting. Before the draft. So yeah, before the draft this morning, he said, "For the record, I have the edge ordered. Latu, Chop Robinson, Dallas Turner, and Jared Verse. My prediction is really whichever of the four is still available at 21. But naming four players as a prediction is cheap. You got to name just one, so I'll go with Verse. Okay, and then he said after, well, when Verse was gone, they went with him. So someone asked him why he liked Chop, and he said, I think Chop is a fantastic player in the field. I think people are panning his performance for all the wrong reasons, counting stats. He's got phenomenal upside, too. He's on an explosive growth trajectory matched by his explosive physical ability. So, again, it seems to be some – right. Right.
This is what Chris Greer loves. He loves these future picks. So I guess.
Well, he knows he's never had fired. He'll be here 30 years from now. So like he doesn't have. I mean, there's never
all
a
these
concern.
first round. All these for this here again. My issue. All these first round players that Miami is taking, and even if it's not literally first round pick, it's their first pick in the draft. The same thing. Cam Smith, Channing Tindall, now Chop Robinson. All their first years, their cheapest contract years are going to be spent developing into maybe somebody that might be good if they're coached up well. Like why can't just once Miami take a guy who we know for a fact is going to go do exactly what he needs to do.
I'm gonna give you a name. I'm gonna give you a name, Lewis. Aaron Curry.
Who is that?
Exactly. He was the safest pick in the 2009 draft. Like, this guy.
Duke, are you going back almost 20 years to make your point?
Number one, players used to come in the league and they had to develop. And I'll be perfectly
honest. Cowboys traded.
If Brock Bowers was that pick,
to Detroit,
he will have to come in and have some developmental time. Second thing, Channing Tindall, there was stuff going on there, but Cam Smith plays for any other defensive coordinator. He plays. He gets reps. That's just the thing. I'll be fair. The dude looked good in preseason. We're like, this guy looks like he might be a guy, and then nothing. So I don't think that was a talent. I think that was we don't trust this guy. I need him to run my defense a certain way, and I don't want to bag on Vic Fangio, but I think that's just how he is. So I think if Weaver was a defensive coordinator last year, Cam Smith plays a lot of reps.
I'm looking at
yeah. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I'm reading through CK's tweets. He's been pretty consistent. He did compare Cam Wake on April 9th.
Considering where they are as an organization, knowing that they're about to give Tua the money that they're about to give him, I know that you want to plan out for years ahead, but you guys, you really think that they would select Chop Robinson, not believing that he's going to make an impact this season?
Did they believe Cam Smith was going to make an impact this season or last season?
Well, last season, but they're in a different position now.
Going to make an impact.
But there is a tangible difference between a guy being taken round 2 there and a guy being taken round 1. I know that the difference is maybe 20 picks, but there is a difference there with it being a first round pick.
I'm still trying to find what the Cowboys got from Detroit.
They got a first and a third, and they gave up a seventh.
Okay, so is that like 87 and 249 trading up? That's just so I can make sure
I don't
accurate.
know. I don't know the numbers, but it was.
You see, Lewis, Lewis, I know what you wanted, and I feel like I agree with you in a certain sense. But you're also seeing, right? Because I think Eric made a great point. Jacksonville traded, or they gave up a pick or whatnot, and their pick is like in the what? If I remember correctly, it's pretty far back, right? So you would want to pick to go down 50, 60 spots, but yet if
we're talking about 50 or 60.
It just feels. That's why I'm asking for what was the trick for, like the whole thing for.
No, I'm looking for the Lions and the Cowboys now, bro, so I can fix the simulator. I can't find.
But what I'm talking about is what Eric pointed out earlier when the Jacksonville Jaguars, they traded out of it from the first round pick. I think it was what, Eric, in the teens or something like that.
17 to 23.
Yeah, 17 to 23.
17 to 23. So that's 6 spots. I mean,
wait. 73.
I think they gave up. It might be a future pick.
No, that's the Vikings pick that the Lions happen to have. Okay, let's see. Detroit gets 24 and a 7th next year.
Oh wow, that's good value for Dallas.
Okay, so I'll just make that trade not accepted. Forced to trade. I don't care.
But the difference, I think, with this year versus somebody like Cam Smith too, is this is a position of need. I mean, cornerback was not really a position of need last year, with Ramsey and Howard and Kohu and all that. Edge rusher is a position of need. I mean, we saw that in the final weeks of the season. They were dragging dudes my age off the street, trying to get in there to play because they didn't have any bodies. So I would rather I feel comfortable with the idea of like, well, we drafted this guy because he's got great athleticism and he's our 4th edge rusher, knowing that chances are he's probably going to play a lot of snaps this year because that's just how it goes.
Well, Duke, to that point, Duke, to that point, I just want to get in this before I go here. Barry just tweeted from the conference call. New Dolphins defender Chop Robinson, who said he's never been to South Florida, said the defense that Anthony Weaver plans to use is the same we use at Penn State, putting me at the nose and on the edge.
Okay, like I said, like there has to be some type of connection here, whether if it's the new DC wanting this guy as a stable part of his defense, which it just makes sense. But I get it. Most often fans don't see that as an impactful player, especially at the pick number. But hey, you got to give him something to work with.
Yeah, that's the thing is the only thing that like you'll never ever hear a defensive coordinator go, "Oh my God, another pass rush option? What am I gonna do with this? I don't know. I'm like it's just never gonna happen."
So now, who does Miami take? So now here I'll ask the question. Are we going to leave this draft with no good wide receiver or no good offensive lineman?
I think they're going to leave. I think they're going to take an offensive lineman, and then I think they're going to sign Odell. I think that's what's going to happen.
A loaded wide receiver class, and they're going to let them all go away.
I think they're going to.
Yeah, go ahead, Duke.
I was going to say I think they use one of those future thirds and some other stuff and move back into the 3rd round and get a guy. Whether I think they look at receiver tomorrow, or I think they use a future 3rd and 55 and move up early in the 2nd and get a receiver or whatever there and go from there. So I think they will make a move. I don't think they're going to sit at 55. I think Greer was pretty obvious about that in the press conference too. Like they asked him about trading, and he voluntarily gave like, well, if we move from 55, so it's like, yeah, that's where they're targeting. So
they got the compensatory picks coming too down the road, so they can deal a pick if they need to move up. I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I got I think my 6th pod to do today. But appreciate all you guys holding it down all day long. Good stuff. Thanks for everybody who's been on here all day. We had a big crowd on here today, which we appreciate. So thank you very much.
Wow.
Yep.
Nice.
Thanks, guys.
All right. See you, Ethan.
everybody.
All right. So again, I've already made my thoughts abundantly clear. But this has been my issue. This is why I wanted Miami to trade down so badly, is that we don't have enough picks for all the talent that's in this draft. I would not have been upset. Let me put it this way. I would not have been upset necessarily with the Chop Robinson pick if I knew that Miami had the opportunity to get other players later on in this draft. Because right now, you have to choose. Again, you have to choose. This is such a loaded draft that we're going to be spending 3 rounds unless they make a trade, which I don't know that they will at this point. They're going to just let everything go away. They're just going to let it sit. I don't like that idea. So you either have to get an offensive line. So maybe they get Christian Mahogany, or maybe they do what I accidentally did on Pulse and they get Dominic Pooney. I don't know at this point, because it seems like Miami always does the thing that nobody expects. So you either do that, or you get a wide receiver, and you really are comfortable with the idea of Isaiah Wynn and Jack Driscoll acting as your starting guards going into 2024.
Well, I mean, I think it's this whole idea. Every mock draft is like, you got to replace Christian Wilkins, you got to replace Robert Hunt.
I didn't know. I was not like that. I was abundantly not that way.
They brought in approximately 4,000 defensive tackles. I
exactly.
Think they've got like 7 on the roster now. I think they've got they brought in offensive linemen. I mean, last year we were all worried about the offensive line, and they were like, "Yeah, we're not as worried about it as you are." That's what they said at the press conference, and I think they're like, "We brought back some guys. We're comfortable with the offensive line moving forward." Fans aren't, but they are. So they obviously looked at. They talked to Tyler Boyd. They made an offer to OBJ. I think they're going to go with a receiver, and I don't think it's tonight, but I think they're going to go with that. I predicted they would go with an edge rusher. They didn't get the one that I wanted, but I saw where they were going with that. So I'm not upset. I don't know. I've said enough.
I agree. So, I see the vision with the edge rusher. And there's no way that the Dolphins can address all their needs with this draft. So if the Dolphins were sitting there and, let's say that they had the edge rushers in the order that they came off the board or something similar to that, right? And Chop was the next one on their board, when you start trading down, you risk losing out on that and getting even more of a project. I do think that the offensive line could be a position where they say, like they did last year, we're more comfortable with it than you are. I think that Rob Jones is a guy that a lot of people are kind of writing off, and I think that he's got a strong chance to be the starting right guard if we don't add anybody else between now and the season. And I think they've been kind of preparing to be able to draft the top guy on their board. I mean, you had Carl Lawson in for a visit also. So it's not like they weren't prepared to add something to the edge rushers if they didn't get it. So even though I'm not thrilled with the pick of Chop Robinson, I'd have probably gone with the Darius Robinson if I was going edge at that spot. I get the vision of it. So my question right now, right, Lewis, I know you don't like the pick. The question is kind of to all you guys. What would a successful rookie season for Chop Robinson look like for you guys in terms of snap counts and sack production? Because I think those are the 2 big things, right? We don't want a first-round rookie that's only playing 25 snaps like Cam Smith, or even like 200 snaps is probably not enough, right? You don't bring in a rookie edge rusher and hope for a 3-sack season. So what would be a successful season for you guys from Chop Robinson to say that, you were okay with this pick at the end of 2024?
6 sacks, but I don't even think he ever had that many even in college in one season, which is my biggest issue. Like, but this is where I go with Simon on this. I get where CK is coming from, because again, even the 3 yards per carry guys are very split on this pick. CK is looking at this kid just from his raw, unmitigated measurables. This is probably one of the most athletic, freak of nature pass rusher in the draft. I get it. Understand. Cool. If you're that special Why were you not productive? Why? What happened with you? Like, why were you not able to get more sacks? And that's something that, to me, I want a guy who has proven in his own college. Like, if he can't even get the sacks in college, then what? Why are we looking at this guy as a first-round pick based on just pure potential?
Oh,
And that's a valid
Wow.
question.
Jordan
Yeah, that's a
Morgan for the
surprise pick.
Packers, and the Packers are not thrilled. The Packers fans are really upset about that pick. So, for what it's worth.
So that's a valid question. But when you look at Chop Robinson compared to the other edges that have been drafted while Chris Greer is here, he is the top of every athletic category except for Cameron Good having a ridiculous vertical jump. But Chop Robinson would be, I believe, third or fourth in the vertical, but he'd be the top in terms of 40. He'd be the top in terms of broad jump, and he's right up there with the short shuttle also. So he is among the most athletic edges in the draft and that Greer has drafted. I think that if you put together those numbers and you have sack protection, you're not even looking at a guy that's available at 21. So I think that kind of answers the question as to, why he is still available with the athletic profile, because he hasn't had the production. If he did, he'd be a top 10, top 15 pick. So it's definitely a projection pick.
I say I project 500 snaps and 5 sacks. I think you get 500 snaps and 5 sacks.
Here's something else that kind of bothered me. Even in his introductory press conference, literally just a few minutes ago, Chop Robinson said the reason he wasn't productive in college was because he's pointing out his own flaws, is that he has inconsistent hand placement, but that he's prepared now to fix it in the NFL.
Well,
like, boy, you were in college for how long? Why didn't you fix it while you were there?
Whoa,
that's teachable
that's
things.
you deciding you don't like him and hating on the answer.
No, it's like you're
yes, it
fundamentals.
is.
He has to be taught.
Listen,
the same thing.
That's
Listen, hold on.
self-awareness.
Eric, hold on. This is the same. Like, this is Austin Jackson again. And listen, Austin Jackson, when he was picked, was super athletic, super young, had all the measurables, had all the potential in the world. But what was the one thing that was holding him back the entire time? His fundamentals. He didn't know how to put his feet. He didn't know how to put his hands. He didn't know where to put everything.
But if he would have said his hand placement was perfect, he would have said he's got an ego.
What? See, here's the thing,
Eric. No,
the same thing with Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg. Those guys, look at the situations that they played in the first few seasons. I mean, it was awful, and that they finally get into a good situation, and Austin Jackson thrived. Again, I want to go back. I want to go back.
I want to go back. Austin Jackson was a Pro Bowler here, okay?
Hey, well, but I mean, he thrived. He did well. He doesn't have to be a Pro Bowler. The thing about Chop Robinson, and then again, the name that this is what Coach Eric was talking about, is unlike Charles Harris, this dude has the uncoachable stuff. He's got that explosive athleticism. So if you're like, yeah, well, his hand placement is off, you can teach that. You can't teach a guy to run a 4.5. You can't teach a guy to have explosiveness. That just is not a thing. So you look at some of these other guys, like I said, like you look at Charles Harris, he didn't have the coachable things. And he's had an okay career in Detroit, but he had things that you, even if you could teach, he just lacked some things. So this is the thing that
hold on.
Look,
I like Jalen Phillips.
No. He's right. He's right, Lewis. He's right. This was the same reaction.
What's the reaction?
Last
I love
year.
Jalen Phillips' pick. That's the difference.
Because he was a Miami Hurricane. That's the only reason why people loved him.
Hold on. I don't give a crap about the Hurricanes, man. I have no horse in any college race. I went to a community college for my first 2 years, and then I went to a Christian college online for my other 2 years. I don't care who went to college where. Fucking Jalen Phillips.
Now, I mean, it's just like Coach said, it's about the explosiveness. He's got that uncoachable things, and you work on the coaching stuff. And I'm in a position that I trust this coaching staff to get stuff done. Same thing with the offensive line. I think they could take a 6th-round guard and make something out of him because I believe in Butch Berry that much.
And I think the comparisons to Cameron Wake are fair. The thing is that Cam Wake had the time to develop, and everything that Duke's saying about Charles Harris is true. That when you look at his athletic profile, especially compared to what else Greer drafted, he is bottom of the barrel for a lot of it. But I think that in his situation, again, he came into Miami, and the vision for him was to be able to develop the same way that Cam Wake did. And then I believe that there were injuries that forced him into the lineup earlier than what the team wanted, and he just didn't thrive with that. So with Chop Robinson, I can definitely see the comparisons to Cam Wake, but we're in a situation where he has to play now. And, hopefully he can develop quickly, or else, maybe they're hoping that Jalen Phillips can, be ready week 1, maybe not at full strength, but at least able to be on a pitch count where Jalen Phillips can play some more of those earlier downs, and then you can try to unleash Chop Robinson, in those 3rd and long situations. Hopefully still got the high flying offense, can build up some leads, and can turn him loose. Like I said earlier, my concern is just the rest of it. We've talked about his, lack of fundamentals, and when you talk about hand placement, that's going to show up big time in run defense. I mean, you can run around a guy or spin around a guy when you're pass rushing, but when you're trying to stand up a tackle that's blocking you on an outside zone play, hand placement is key there. And when you're looking at an undersized guy, if you don't have your hands and your leverage right, you're going to get blown out of the hole. And that's my concern with Chop Robinson, is just his ability to play on the early downs early in his career and be able to get us to those 3rd and long situations where his natural abilities can take over.
So really quickly, Coach, I do want to ask you this, because you've obviously coached at a much higher level than any one of us. You think any of the AFC East teams, especially the O-line coaches, are looking at this pick and saying, oh, he scares me? And I understand that the quick reaction would be, oh, no, we don't know yet. You got to go through training camp. You got to see this type of progress.
Martin to the Bucks.
But do you think if you were the Jets, the Bills, or the Patriots right now as an O-line coach and you saw this pick by the Dolphins, what are your thoughts?
I would not, because his pass rush right now is just so limited. And until he can develop counters off of that, it's easy. If you only have one move, any NFL offensive tackle should be able to stop that, right? Kind of like, in baseball, if you know that a pitcher's throwing a fastball, it's a lot easier to hit than if it's a pitcher that can, keep you off balance with
slider,
pitch location, pitch choice, right? Same idea, that if you know that all he's going to try to do is to run around the edge, right, you're going to let him get a little further upfield because you're not worried about him bull rushing you. You're not worried about those counters inside. So if you're asking me if I would be worried about Chop Robinson as an opponent right now, the answer would be no, not unless we're in a 3rd and long situation where he can completely abandon his run responsibilities and just let that speed turn loose. But if we're looking at a 3rd and 3 situation, he doesn't worry me right now as an opponent.
How would you compare him to Will McDonald, the pick for the Jets last year?
I honestly can't make a comparison because I did not watch film on Will McDonald last year.
Okay. I was curious because he was a guy that they thought maybe went a little earlier than what was expected, and he didn't get a lot of runs, so I just wondered.
Yeah.
Graham Barton went to Buccaneers, by the way. So, and Darius Robinson, the other Robinson, goes to the Cardinals, which means that Welch says what I'm thinking right now. Here, the Bills are about to get their own Tyreek Hill, and that makes me so mad. Like, the only thing that will make me feel better right now is if they decide to pick Adonai Mitchell instead.
An interesting thing that I read from a website was that a comparable player to Chop Robinson was David Ojabo who was the Ravens pick, 2nd-round pick last year, I believe. Who had, was he was the guy that was like, I had some 1st-round buzz and then hurt his Achilles in at his pro day, correct?
I'm not sure on that.
Ooh, things could be happening.
Well, what was
never mind,
what was
don't even-
interesting? What was interesting to me is that was a player that was a similar body type, similar athleticism that was targeted by the Ravens, and that's what Anthony Weaver was after. So, I mean, this is a guy that's like, look, this is a guy that fits a body style and athleticism profile that I like. That's who I want. So,
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if the Dolphins do still bring in a Carl Lawson, or Melvin Ingram, did okay against the run last year and the year before. I wonder if they would still bring a veteran to try to fill some of those early down snaps, and then be able to bring Chop on, in a 2nd or 3rd and long situation, and get that vet off the field.
I could see that, especially if the other 2 guys are just not back yet. And I think they will, or maybe practice squad a guy and then call him up for the first 3 or 4 weeks, and then that's when Phillips is ready. I don't expect to see Chubb until after the bye or after week 8.
Yeah, I would be
because
very
generally that generally is like a longer time. And it was good to see him when they showed the
out of 28.
The Bills moved out of 28. Boy, that means they must really be.
Kansas City trades up.
This is Xavier Worthy. They got.
Why would you trade with the? Why would you trade with the Chiefs if you're the Bills?
Unless they just love their choice of wide receivers and they're cool with anyone between McConkey, Coleman, Mitchell, and Worthy.
Yeah, but why would you want to help the Chiefs?
If you think you can get something for moving down 4 spots and move up one of those spots, why not?
I don't know. I don't like helping the opponent, but
for what it's worth, Brandon Ligori is on Twitter saying that the Dolphins never had any intention of drafting an offensive lineman, and they were always going for defense one way or another.
I could see that.
I could too.
I mean, okay, so you said a trade was made. Do we know any idea of
what details
the compensation
on what
was yet? No. Okay, so trade Buffalo with the Chiefs.
Yeah, I don't like helping out a team that you're trying to get over. I mean, if you're like, if you're the Bills and it's like, say that's the Browns or something, like, I don't care if I trade with you. I don't expect you to beat me. I'm not doing anything to help out the Chiefs unless they overpay me. Like, you want to give me something good. Like if I'm sitting at 21 and the Bills are like, hey, we want to come up to 21. I'm like, it's going to cost you a 2nd and some to come up because I'm not helping you.
Right.
But
hey,
so do we think
let's just be fair about
Baltimore, Dallas, or San Francisco are taking receivers? If the answer there is no, yeah. So, I mean, my kind of direction there was that if you're not expecting them to take wide receivers, then you could, the Chiefs want to come up. If they're not coming up for the same guy that you were planning on targeting anyways, why not collect some extra picks there?
I mean, this is exactly what Buffalo did. What I wanted them to do: get more picks in the absolutely loaded draft. Okay, Rappaport says 28, 133, and 248 for what was the exchange? 32, 95, and 221. Yeah, they're not interested in this trade. Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't matter. The trade is happening. Like, it already happened. So force the trade. Kansas City is on the clock.
Mm.
I'm not even gonna get. I don't need to tip anything. I already know who it's gonna be. They're gonna pick Xavier Worthy. They're gonna get their Tyreek Hill back at no cost. Like, the once it's Kansas City, man. Like, you get away with this stuff. You got rid of Tyreek Hill, and now you get Tyreek Hill back again. Except now you don't have to pay him a lot of money
For a while, at least.
Yeah, right.
Well, and that's assuming he hits. And they've got a lot of needs at wide receiver because they're expecting some penalty for Rashee Rice. So that's going to be a. Worthy may move to their number one receiver at this point.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. But even though I do
load up and let it fly, just like they did with Tyreek.
But they also
if
need.
Rice Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm just running my mouth. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say if Rice comes out of his legal troubles, okay, Worthy, Rice, and Hollywood Brown would be quite a top three to contend with.
Just go ahead and pencil in Super Bowl number 4 for Patrick Mahomes. Like, I hate feeling like that's what we're going to be thinking about, It's just like, we're already
let's be honest.
Season.
But let's be honest. We're going to be doing that with Patrick Mahomes every year until he retires.
Yep.
Like, that's just the reality of the NFL for the next decade.
Or he gets hurt.
Yeah.
These alien.
But I'll be perfectly honest. If Worthy's the pick, I would rather him go to Kansas City than Buffalo.
Just so we don't have to deal with Buffalo's nonsense.
Well, I don't have to defend him twice a year. You play Buffalo every year. You may not play the Chiefs every year.
Yep.
So I guess we can pivot now to. We can pivot now, I guess, to round 2. I'll give you this, Duke. Weren't you the one who said that Jazan Newton might not even make it into the first round?
Yeah, he's got that a Jones fracture in his foot, which has a high probability of recurrence. So this is something that is probably going to happen again. I don't think he makes it to 55, but if he makes it to 55, I'd give it serious consideration. Because at that point, what do you got to lose?
Yeah, I agree with that. That'd be worth the risk then. If the medicals had checked out, Newton would have been kind of a fallback. I'm okay with this pick type thing at 21. So if he ends up falling to 55, then absolutely worth the risk.
And he played a lot of snaps in college, so he's a guy that will come in, even if they use a rotation. Now he's not a guy that's going to be great against the run, but I think he's got some better pass rushing ability than what Christian Wilkins did. And let's be honest about Christian Wilkins. You talk about production. He has, in his 5-year career, has 20 sacks and just signed a $110 million deal. So,
yeah.
Sometimes you draft and you sign free agents, not based on what they have done, but what they're going to do. So, again, I'm not trying to go against you there, Lewis. I would have preferred somebody else, but I get the vision with it. So,
we're not here to agree with me on everything. There is that.
That wouldn't be any fun.
Nope.
It's probably more fun that everybody disagrees with me. That way I get to be this. I once called myself many years ago the Skip Bayless of 5 Reason Sports. So it's my job. It's my job to everybody disagree and hate me.
There it is.
There it is. Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs, man. I don't need to guess. That's
that was pretty predictable.
Hello, you got Tyreek Hill back.
Yeah, I know that when I was doing 32-team mock drafts, when getting to the Chiefs at 32, Worthy was pretty frequently. my pick there. So not surprised at all at that fit.
Like, here's Andy Reid to
Nope.
say, "Hey kid, you want to be Tyreek Hill?" Yes, I want to be Tyreek Hill. Good, you're Tyreek Hill.
Right. Now you
Well,
got Kelsey and Rice working underneath.
Well, yeah, and the one thing about this that I will say about Tyreek Hill versus Xavier Worthy, and this is the one thing. I mean, I wanted Worthy too, but Tyreek Hill has probably the quickest short area motion that I have ever seen in the NFL. Now, the best feet at wide receiver I have ever seen is Chad Johnson. But what Hill does in such a short area, like he can catch a ball in like a zone coverage, and he can get 10 yards like immediately. And it's not just like this deep speed. And not saying Worthy doesn't have that, but it's just that start, stop, 0 to 60 that Tyreek Hill has. That I mean, Jalen Waddle doesn't have that, and Jalen Waddle's fast.
And that's really difficult to create at Worthy's frame at 6'1", 165. That's tough.
Yeah, I mean Tyreek Hill's one of one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Welch is talking about after taking Chop Robinson, Greer's going to say, "Don't worry, here's Dalton Risner." Bro, I'm not convinced. At this point. Like Coach Smith said it very eloquently earlier, and I'm starting to I dread it, but I feel like this is where it's coming from. Chris Grier is literally going to stare everybody in the eyes again after the draft and say, "You're more worried about offensive line than we are," for the second year in a row.
But we sat here and talked earlier saying that, we all believe in Mike McDaniel, Frank Smith.
I believe
Butch
in Mike
Berry.
McDaniel and Frank Smith to a point. Like, you have to have somebody to work with here. If you have Teron Armstead, number one, who is going to be your starter, and he's injury prone, which he will miss time, then you go ahead and you get Kendall Lamb. Okay, Kendall Lamb missed time last year with a stiff back and whatever else. So I like Keon Smith, but if now we reach the point where Keon Smith has to play, something has gone very wrong again. And that means, and by the way, Isaiah Wynn last year also got hurt. And while he was playing well, he got hurt. And then we got stuck with Lester Cotton, who Duke so eloquently mentioned in Pulse. Okay, guess what? Guess who had the most snaps of any offensive lineman on the team last year? Lester Cotton, who quite literally could not be any worse of a fit for what the Miami Dolphins offensive line is designed to do. And I don't want that to be the case a second time.
Yeah, I agree with all that. But I do think that if Mike McDaniel was sitting there and, Chris Grier is a people pleaser when it comes to drafting for his head coaches.
Except for when Cam Smith was the pick and Mike McDaniel's surly in the corner because he didn't want a cornerback with the second round pick.
And there's still more draft picks in this draft, and I don't think that Miami is going to
Tyler Guyton
only have
Cowboys.
That kind of felt predictable too. I don't think that Miami is going to only pick once tomorrow. I don't know how that extra pick's gonna happen. Whether it's trading future picks to get back into day two, or whether they have I guess you can't trade back. Well, you could trade back from 55 and still have 2 picks tomorrow. But there are still opportunities that you could probably improve the offensive line with guys on day 2 also. Maybe it's not going to be your long-term tackle, although I love Christian Jones, and there's the Kingsley Sumatai kid that is another developmental prospect, but is as talented as some of the top offensive tackles. So there's still opportunities here in day 2 where you could still improve that offensive line. I know that when I was doing mock drafts, I was looking at 4 needs for the Dolphins. One was edge, wide receiver, offensive line, and I think that we need another safety, right? And it was almost impossible to be able to satisfy all of those needs with guys that are going to play now. I do still think that we have the same needs. I don't think that safety is going to be the first pick tomorrow, but I don't know whether it's going to be offensive line or wide receiver. But I don't think that we're necessarily going to, so there's 3 left: wide receiver, offensive line, and safety. I think there's going to be a free agent that fills at least one of those positions. So I don't think that just because we get done with this draft and the offensive line that we have hasn't changed, I still think there's opportunities to improve.
Again, I'm not saying there's not opportunities to improve. I just
Well,
this
the
is not the draft to be low on draft picks. I'm just really bummed out about it.
The other thing here is that, I mean, we all remember Barry, like we remember the Barry tweet from a few weeks ago, basically, where he stated that the Dolphins have pretty much sent out overtures to guards on the free agent market. Like, hey, we want to see where we are with the draft. We'll touch base with you after the draft, depending on how things go. I absolutely believe there will be another offensive lineman added to this team, whether through the end of the draft or after the draft, before camp. There will be another offensive lineman added to this team somewhere along the road. And will it be a guy that you absolutely pencil in as a starter right away? Maybe not. But I do think that they're absolutely not done adding to the offensive line at this point in the season. There's just no way they can be at this point in the off season.
If they get Dalton Risner and he becomes the starting left guard, I will forgive whatever happens here. I'll say that. But I'm not convinced. I really am thinking that they're okay with the overall mindset of the offense being exactly the same as it was last year. Get Tua to throw the ball in less than 2 seconds, and everything else will work itself out. I've been saying that that style of offense is not sustainable. If you want Tua to be able to go to second and third reads, you have to be able to give him time to that's less than a second to look at around. That's less than a second per read, but you're trying to get Tua to do. Like, nobody's that fast. You have to be a computer to go that fast.
The average time to throw is like, even for, I mean, if you exclude guys who like hold on to the ball and run around and extend plays, the ball's coming out before 2.5 seconds anyway. So,
but that's with the assumption that your first guy is already open, Duke. Like
no. That's the average time. I mean, you don't have, like, a lot of these people are like, well, you need all this time. Like 3 seconds is your clock. If the ball is not out in 3 seconds, you do something different. That's just how it is in the NFL. It's been that way for years. You're not going to get these offensive lines that hold up for 5 seconds and you just let you stand there and hold the ball and throw it. If you're holding the ball for more than 3 seconds, then you're running around out of the pocket. It's just, that's how it is. So you're talking about Tua gets the ball out fast because that's the offense. I don't think that aspect of it's going to change much, regardless of who's at offensive line.
And a bigger issue than the personnel on the offensive line was the health of the offensive line. And I think we all know that, there's the health issues with Teron Armstead. We'll be lucky if he plays 12 games this year. Isaiah Wynn has played like one healthy season his entire career. But those weren't the only injuries last year. We lost Connor Williams, right? Robert Hunt missed a significant amount of time. So, if we had those 2 guys and we still had the same issues with Wynn and Armstead, it still would have been a lot different. But
we don't have those guys now. We have Aaron Brewer, who we don't know if he's going to be able to replicate what the Dolphins are wanting from him. And we have at right guard, we have Jack Driscoll instead of Robert Hunt. That's one heck of a downgrade.
Well, Aaron Brewer, I think he's a really good fit for what we're doing, but he's also been very healthy.
Like fit, but and then Connor Williams, proven commodity. Aaron Brewer, we're crossing our fingers.
Well, Connor Williams also isn't going to be healthy to start week 1.
He's not.
So I get why if you gave me the option between those 2 and they're both healthy, I take Connor Williams for sure. And he's going to cost a lot more than what Aaron Brewer did. But without being able to say that Connor Williams is going to come back and be the same player, I have no issues with that move to Aaron Brewer. And I know you keep saying Jack Driscoll, and I agree. I'm not a fan of Jack Driscoll. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up getting the Dan Feeney treatment and isn't even on this roster to start the regular season. Rob Jones has played well when he's been given the opportunity. He's not Rob Hunt. I'm not saying that he's that caliber of player, but he has, out of the guys that we have played in the interior outside of Rob Hunt and Connor Williams and Isaiah Wynn for the short period where he was healthy last year, Rob Jones has been the best interior lineman we've had. And I don't think that he's getting enough credit for, possibly being that starting right guard.
And they obviously love Lester Cotton.
Yeah, I don't get that one.
I'm not a fan.
He's graded out. I have done offensive line grades for the last 2 years for every game, and he is consistently the lowest graded that I've had. I don't understand that one outside
Lester
of
Cotton is Solomon Kinley. He's a road grader. He's a run blocker, mauler guy, but he can't. He's slow as dirt. He's not a fit.
Right. Kinley didn't even make it into the first regular season with McDaniel because he's just not a fit at all in this offense. And I'm not sure how Lester Cotton keeps hanging around, but he's definitely not a guy that you want playing any kind of significant snaps.
I hope that Eric is right and they go and grab somebody out there. If it's Dalton Risner, fine. That means I know left guard is locked down. Because that's what he said. He literally said, he's not looking for $1 billion. He just wants a guaranteed starting position. If Miami looks at him and says, hey, guess what? We didn't take a left guard. It's you, bro. Then sure, go for it. Give him whatever. Go and sign Dalton Risner. But I cannot imagine that they're going to look at what happened with Isaiah Wynn last season and say, yeah, we're okay with rolling the dice a second time. You have the house always wins. And the house is going to project that Isaiah Wynn gets hurt. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about that. We got lucky. Technically, the house would also say that Tua was going to get hurt. We got lucky on that one. We won. We beat the house on that one. So there's a distinct possibility. Isaiah Wynn has given us zero, and I do mean zero, reason to believe that he's going to stay healthy. And he's not like Tua, who his job is to stay in the pocket and not get hit. Isaiah Wynn's job is to hit people, and he's going to get hit while he hits people. He's going to get hurt.
And the thing to remember about Tua is if you look at going in 2022, all of his injuries were outside of the pocket, or he held the ball too long. The Buffalo game was a dirty hit. It was a late hit that was the quote unquote back problem, not the concussion. The game against Cincinnati, he held the ball for like 3 minutes before he threw it. I mean, he saw the guy run at him. It was like a 500-pound defensive tackle running at him. He had time to make a sandwich before the guy got there, and he held onto the ball and got slammed into the dirt. The Green Bay game, he was running with the ball. So it wasn't like, Tua's getting crushed in the pocket. No, the ball should have been out, should have been thrown away. He should have been
right.
Doing
that's
something
fine. But that's what I'm saying is that in Isaiah Wynn's case, which is the point that really we're making here, I have a less than 0% chance he's not going to get hurt. He's going to miss time. Let's just like Teron Armstead. He is going to miss time. It's when, not if.
So, but again, I think they don't value the guard position like the fans do. I mean, they go out and get a center. They're going to get Brewer. They've gone out and got tackles. I don't think
that's what I don't think. Tell me, somebody explain this to me like I'm 5. Why? Tua does much better going up and down in the pocket than he does left and right. He is not a horizontal runner. Why are they not focusing on making sure these big, beefy defensive tackles don't send him running left or right into somebody's arms?
I think it's a scheme system. I think they believe that their blocking system can dictate the defense, that they're not asking guys just to straight drop back. I think that's why we saw with Austin Jackson, why he improved so much, is it's not just like, oh, he's turned into this, he's turned into Anthony Munoz 2.0 or
No.
something. He's it was the style of blocking.
Ricky Pearsall for the 49ers.
Oh, that ain't good. That was a guy I was hoping would fall, but I didn't think he'd fall to 55. But
a really interesting board heading into day 2.
I mean, I don't think anybody's going to pick Adonai Mitchell anytime soon. Like, everybody saw what we saw. This dude.
Well, I don't know. The
he's
Bills at 32 here.
Listen, if the Bills take Adonai Mitchell, I'll be so thrilled. The man is Chase Claypool.
Or Keon Coleman.
Well, Coleman at least tries. Claypool's I'm calling him Claypool. Adonai Mitchell is just a big dude who gets lazy.
But back to the blocking scheme. I don't think it's that they necessarily just don't care about guards. I think it's just a position that they think that we can get some guys and make do with that position. We don't need to have elite players there. They want a top tier center, or in this case with Brewer, they got a very athletic center. They like movement at the tackle positions. Guard, I think they're fine with that. Now, granted, they had Robert Hunt healthy all of 2021. They had Connor
Buffalo
Williams
just traded out of the first round altogether.
Wow.
They moved down one spot.
So it will be Carolina taking their wide receiver of choice.
It's going to be Xavier Legette.
Give me Lad McConkey here at 32.
But so, I mean, there's guys later that I think they could target at 55 if they want an offensive lineman. A guy like Christian Haynes, I think he's a good zone blocking fit that would immediately come in and start, be an upgrade over whoever they have at right guard, at right guard. And I think that's fine. I don't think they're going to go out and get like 3 offensive linemen like everybody's expecting. I think they're going to get one guy, and it may be a day 3 guy too. So, another guy that doesn't get mentioned was a guy they drafted last year was Ryan Haynes. Who's to say he can't move inside the guard? So they obviously they put him on the practice squad. He got poached and then came back, and they've kept him around. So I think they might have a vision for him. So.
The thing that interests me with a guy like Haynes is you can almost kind of see a road to him falling a little bit in that second round right now when you look at what's available and some of the defensive players that didn't get taken. I mean, you're looking at a board that still has Johnny Newton and Cooper DeJean at the top of it. That's going to be, I think, really tempting for teams at the top of the second round with that kind of value. Haynes might last until the mid-40s.
And interesting about those guys is they've had injury concerns. That's why they've fallen. I mean, a lot of people were like, these are surefire first round picks, and DeJean's coming off of an injury. Newton's got the injury. So, I mean, if those guys are sitting there at 55, I don't have a problem taking them.
Yeah, of course.
But I think this is a receiver because Carolina has.
It's got to be a receiver for Carolina.
I think it's Legette because I don't know if I sent y'all that guy. First of all, Legette's accent sounds worse than mine, so I wanted him for that reason. But this is where the run on receiver is going to happen. You look at all that. You've got Buffalo, New England, Arizona's not taking one. Washington might. The Chargers might. Tennessee might. Carolina's there again. Green Bay, they don't need one. Houston doesn't need one. Atlanta doesn't need one. You've got some teams that are sitting there that can take some receivers. So we might see some movement early tomorrow, especially because Greer, for all of what he does well, he's very reactive to the draft, less than proactive. So if you see a receiver go here and then Buffalo takes one, then New England takes one, look for Miami to jump.
Bills picked up another 5th rounder. Like, this is the kind of movement that I would have wanted Miami to make. Just get more picks.
I know by this next comment, gentlemen, it might not seem much because, of course, I'm not a Dolphins fan. I know that you guys are. But what the Buffalo Bills just did once again, I don't understand. And I think Greeny was saying it best on the broadcast.
I get what they're doing. They want as many picks as humanly possible. This is a loaded draft, and they feel like that they can work with whoever they get tomorrow at 33.
Bro, Worthy is gonna destroy the AFC again, bro. Mahomes, man, and they're gonna be sitting there.
Yeah, Worthy to the Chiefs is
you traded for the Mahomes, and now you've given him another weapon.
Yep, and when they play next year, he's going to get like 7 catches, 200 yards, 3 touchdowns, and Bills fans are going to jump through tables and whatever they do to let off steam. It's going to be funny.
Hopefully that happens in the wild card round so they can knock one of those teams out before we see them in the playoffs.
And we see Tyreek, the old versus the new. The old Tyreek versus the new Tyreek.
Here we go.
Last pick for the night, and then we can all go to bed because I got to be at work at 8:30.
Yep,
There
called
you
it.
go.
To the Carolina.
Yeah, wow. Duke's been on it all draft, man.
He has.
They were looking at him very, very closely, and
Hey,
he
Duke,
was a guy that.
Duke, you want to show us that screen you have on the side there to make sure?
I'm just the only pick that really kind of surprised me tonight was really the Pearsall pick. I didn't think he would go first round.
No, but if the Niners have both of their wide receivers, especially a guy that kind of plays the way that Debo does in the slot, has a lot of screens thrown to him, you can kind of see where San Francisco could be saying, well, there might be something for Debo more than anything, right? That's where I saw it.
And I did read that both of their receivers are on the move, so or possibly they're being shopped. So that's not a play for Miami, but Buffalo possibly, Chargers possibly. I'm looking who else is on there. Indianapolis probably not. So I think that I'm going to find that Instagram reel and I'm going to post it in the thing where you get to listen to that guy talk because
I've seen that.
Well, I'll say this. So let's look into what the wide receivers are left on the board. There's a chance any of these guys could fall to 55. You got Adonai Mitchell out of Texas. He's still there. I think he's going to keep falling because people see that he's lazy. Lad McConkey out of Georgia. Troy Franklin out of Oregon. Keon Coleman out of Florida State. I know, Coach Smith, you were high on him.
Definitely Coleman, though. I think Coach has it right. He's a guy that catches the ball, has length. Yes, he's not that guy that has quick speed, but he'll maintain his possession, and he's such a big body too, right? So for real, he's really a good option for the Dolphins, I think.
Roman Wilson out of Michigan. Jalen Polk, Washington. Malachi Corley, Western Kentucky. You got options, but
Javon Baker would be a guy that I would look at if they end up trading back into the third round after 55, but that would be for after 55.
I have was that Alf the other night that said he could move into the second round?
It was Alf that said that. I'm not sure if I see that with as many wide receivers that are still left on the board here, but oh boy, if Kingsley Suamataia falls to 55, I'd love that.
I would be a fan of that pick.
I just posted an Instagram reel on the Dolphins 5 reasons, so you can go watch him talk.
I just don't know.
Well,
there's
it was Jackson
Dolphins Powers Johnson. I suspected he'd fall out of the first. I don't know why everybody kept saying he was going to be a first rounder. If Creed Humphrey lasts all the way to round 3, I don't think JPJ is going to just suddenly go first.
Well, I mean, you look at it. Graham Barton was the only interior offensive lineman that went tonight.
They listed Troy Fatano.
But they listed him as tackle. And remember the team, right?
No, even ESPN said he was a guard.
Well, NFL Network had tackle. So either way, whether they make it to guard or tackle, those were the guys that played tackle. Nobody that was just strictly interior, other than Graham Barton, that's where he's projected, and they listed him at center. That's where most of those were all tackles. So now it's where the run on interior offensive lineman goes. So when does that start?
Don't know. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. So we topped out at 2,777 watchers. Everybody, thank you so much for sticking with us. Thank you for listening to my griping about Chop Robinson. Thank you. And
he's gonna chop up the AFC East. All right, don't you worry.
That's right.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Love your positivity, Manny.
Another
Coach,
future pick.
Coach, I have been with Lewis. Yeah, Coach, I have been with Lewis a long time on this man. Like, this man lives and breathes Dolphins football. So when he says a certain thing that I know he feels it with pain, I just feel bad because in a sense I cannot relate as an Eagles fan. I just can't. So for it's just, you don't know, bro. And then I see Eric. Listen, I did one post game, Coach, with Eric last year, and it was for the Titans game. And I've never seen a young man so riled up for a post game in my life. Like, this man took helm for 40 minutes and laid it on the football team. And I was like, you know what? Imagine if I was a Dolphins fan. I don't know what I'd do to myself at this point.
It's a tough life.
It's tough, man. Like, listen, but for all you guys that stayed here with me, here, and for all you guys on the panel, man, we can't really appreciate you guys, man, because again, we do this not, what I'm saying, not because we love it, but because we want to do it, right? So I think that's very important. And for all of you 2,700 people that had nothing else better to do but be with us, I mean, I think that's even better. So
listen, for what it's worth, again, my issue with the Chop Robinson pick is not so much that they pick Chop Robinson or an edge player. It's that there's only so many picks that they have, and I want guys who are going to be like, they're penciled in as starters throughout the year, not just a placeholder until the actual starters come back. That's my problem. Graham Barton would have fit that. Xavier Worthy, even though he's technically wide receiver 3, he would have gotten way more snaps because Tyreek and Waddle can't play all the time. Offensive line, wide receiver, both those things come true. With Chop, as soon as Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb come back, he'll still
get snaps.
Yep.
I mean, he's going to get, like I said, 500 snaps. If he gets less than 500 snaps, it was you'll be a little disappointed. If
right, he and you hope he plays well enough to justify removing Bradley Chubb next year. That's what it is. Yeah, it's another
or the year after. I mean, again, you need at least 3 edge rushers. So you've got your 3 edge rushers now, because I don't know what you do with Shaq Barrett after next season. They've got all those void years on the contract that they could re-sign him if he plays well. But this is your insurance, and you get a player that's supremely athletic, and so we'll see.
All right, everybody, we'll be back tomorrow. So make sure you tune back in with 5 Reasons Sports, and we'll be right there with you. But hopefully Miami gets back into the 3rd round somehow. All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
I guess.